Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Have fun with the coffee. Let's move that over there. Or enjoy the coffee at least. Not have fun necessarily. I need a room about 10 times bigger than this one. Just so I can be have enough space for all the stuff I want. Although I'll probably fill that with stuff as well. And then have need for a bigger room. Okie dokie. What are we doing today? We are doing Kafka things. We are doing all sorts of things. Okay, so let's do services.ps1, SQL Server, Kafka, RabbitMQ, console, Redis. That should do for now. Oh no. Oh. Oh. We also need to start Baguette and SQL Draw. Can't forget them too, right? So it was Twitch that did, okay. Broker, start a broker. Everything should be up. So I've been using Podman at work, and I'm not sure I like it any better. Maybe something I check out again in the future. Docker always seems to have updates. Okay, so where we were at yesterday. Oh yes. So this isn't ready. I think I made a mistake here. Yes, I did. So with everything I allow adding, I need to return the response. I need the GUID of the thing that I'm tracking so that I can carry on tracking it on the client. So my normal pattern there is I set this to be a result of GUID, and I add the item, and I get the identifier. So I do have a minor modification to make to the tenant management piece. So when I post a project, public class response. This should return okay with a response. Post.response. This should be okay with a response. And command here should be an iResult of GUID. Result of GUID. Alright, and this should be project identifier. That's relatively simple. And then this should be result.value. No, new response identifier equals result.value. There we go. Okay. When creating a project, that needs to be a result of GUID. Result is success. This actually adds a bit more value to this test, to be honest. Private, read-only, GUID, expected project identifier equals GUID. Then in here, we say repository and repository. Dot when arg goes to r dot add async arg dot is. It doesn't really matter here. Arg any project. Do info goes to info dot arg that'll be too easy. That'll be too easy. I don't control the base class. It defaults the identifier. I don't control that. So the best I can test here is, oh, has it lost it again? Project identifier is I mean it's kind of a value dot this is kind of, I'm going to validate that I returned the token, the GUID that I set on the project. So repository dot when arg goes to r dot add async arg dot any project arg dot any cancellation token. Do info goes to expected equals. So I'm going to capture the identifier of the project that's created and validate that this is the same, right? So at least I'm validating, I'm returning the GUID of the project that I actually added. That should be enough. There we go. So now this returns a GUID, which means I can start tenant management up. That should work, but I think there's still some quirks with this. So now we go over here. So the issue I was having, I was working on this last night, and if I'm honest, I fell asleep. So I've said this is with entities. Frozen up. There we go. With entities project, right? So a project has, I need to have an identifier in this, right? Identifier string. That's enough for right now. So the way this patch works is once I've set up the with entities, right? This is because planning item has an ID. Extends record. That's not required for this, but that is required. So that should be ID. And then with it having an ID, the entities, the object with the ID is now tracked. So I can now specify, object of this ID. In this case, I don't want to do that. I want to add entity. Add project. I want to add. Oh, I know why I did it that way. So the way this store works, I do patch state, store, add entity, project. And then in here, I'm going to do update entity because I'm going to, but I don't know the ID. How do I do this elsewhere? Planning item is right. So when I add a planning item, I just set it. Okay, and add it with that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's how I do it. I'm starting to see where my inconsistencies are creeping in, and yeah, it's so result here, add project, API response. It's so easy to deviate. Tracked entity response. So what's the difference between API response and tracked entity response there? Okay. So we get that back from add project. So then by the time we get to here, add project. Why is this still saying void? That's what I want to do. But it doesn't want me to do that. Result is of type unknown. Right. But this is unobservable. Attract the response. What am I doing wrong here? I also need to move this out somewhere eventually. New issue. Move. Base URL. I also need to work on getting GraphQL through the because I've got the this hard coded right now. Even the GraphQL and the API go through different different ports. Ultimately, they all should go through the API gateway. So, project service, add project. Why is tracked entity response? What? What am I missing here? Well, this one needs to go to shared for certain. Right, now this here. I do not like that. Oh, it doesn't take. Oh, okay. You can tell I'm awake. How does generics work? I'm telling it it's going to accept a tracked entity response. A tracked entity response. A tracked entity response is a generic type, not a return type here. That's just me being dense. Okay. Every stream I'm in Rambling Geeks chat. I'm in Discord. Okay. Okay, so with that done, I need to what do I need to do next? I have the add project wired up. I have the service wired up. I need to wire up the actual UI. I haven't done that already. So it might be in a good place to go. So let's run that. This is up and running already. Godot and yeah, I don't need that. Okay. JSON. That shouldn't bug me as much as it does. But it does. Okay, so where are you? Open in Explorer. Ocelot configuration, open with. That's that. To make sure I don't lose those changes to Ocelot. Okay, so planning. Planning items. We go to settings, projects, add project. This is going to be sample project number 1. You need the button. You need to enable the button to do the thing. Is pending. So we might need those features moved around. This is going to get extremely challenging. Shared stores features. Because then we have on here, on the planning item store with request status. Oh, the little fly that just keeps coming towards my face. Yeah, is pending does not exist. Add planning item component. Is pending does not exist on add planning item component 53. Right, but it does. Right. Let's come to shared stores. Pending does not exist on. But it does exist, doesn't it? With request status, as is pending is fulfilled an error. I don't get it. So the problem is the state of the app it's not rebuilding the application. So when I go into here now, oh no, there's a button. Okay, so sample project. Let's go with SP. There we go, sample project. Okay, so our new project is there. I don't think I necessarily need to. Well, it's 6 days since I got a new project in there. Oh, I know what I didn't do today. Let's see. Okay, so sample project is there. That's working fine. So now comes the actual hard part. Oh, I'm gonna fix that. That's gonna drive me nuts until I fix it. So let's fix that. So the problem here is when I click on when I'm on settings, my route is settings. So when I go projects, home, etc., everything's relative to where I am. When I click back on here, so the main nav, default layout. When I click on here, everything's relative to router link. So that is there. Well, no, that's not, is it? That's that. Let's see if that changes anything. So if I click on settings now. No. Well, hold on. I have a long history of making this the wrong way. Settings, projects. Ah. No, it's planning. Projects. Okay, so I just have to do everything's it's relative or like root, so I need to make sure I do that. Okay. Yeah, and I did it with settings. That's the funny part. That's why it worked with settings, because I'd actually done the routing in a different way. So that's planning initiatives. That's planning items. That should now work as well. I don't think that registration screen's mobile friendly. Yeah, okay. So settings. Okay, everything's working. Kind of working. It ain't perfect, but it's functional for right this second. So we're able to add a project. We're able to the form causes the prefix stuff. I think I'll defer working on calculating the prefix until a little later on. And an ad break is running, so I'm going to take a chance to take a break. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so next steps. Well, we have had a project, and I think I highlighted this as a tenant administrator, I should be able to define a project. Well, tenant administrator doesn't mean anything for the client side right this second. We don't have the concept of the roles in there. So visibility, features, etc. Those are things I'm going to have to figure out later. Add a new screen for settings. Okay, it ain't pretty, but it works. Gets the idea in there, right? And add a component for projects and provide add project form, right? So we've done this, and what I didn't do is wire up service store to okay. So T65, which is creating a project, is done from this perspective. The next piece would be to make sure I can list the projects, but that requires Kafka. Because right now, when I add a project, it's stored in the right side of the system. It does not get promoted automatically. So now I've got to do the integration events and get that data flowing through the rest of the system. So let's stop running that and stop running that, because right now nothing's going to work properly if I don't do that. Okay, do this in the right order. I need to start getting into the habit of committing code more regularly. I keep bundling through everything. Okay, so we need to do this. This and this needs to change because obviously we added the GUID return type to the endpoint. So return identifier when created. Right. And then the rest is the UI side of things. So I'm not going to worry too much about breaking that down. Move that part. Add new screen, new module, add project settings screen, new module settings on the file, moved some components. Data objects to shared settings. So no, project store in shared. Okay, commit that one. Continue that. So the goal of today's stream is primarily to wire up all these pieces so things are moving around properly. I do have the benefit of having a little longer today. So that's nice, but it's more, I need to get the pieces wired up to allow me to add a project, see the projects here. And then in planning, it would be nice to get that filtering working. That might be the stretch, though, to get the planning to work. Add route for projects in sort config. Okay, so let's push all that. and go and review it. So I continue to follow this pattern of actually doing the code reviews or doing PRs for these features and not trying to bundle through. So I might not be doing a great job of doing the individual commits, but I'm at least building these features up as actual branches and trying to get them to go into trying to follow a pattern. And it's more of a discipline thing than it is anything else. I'm not trying to be overly officious. I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm following the pattern, keeping the discipline up at least a little bit. It's not perfect. It's not going to, make a big difference to. No, I want to remove that. I don't want that sat out there. Where was that app component? Remove unnecessary console log. Okay. So there's our Ocelot our app component. Should get removed in a minute. Hold on. Let's do that again. Compare and pull request. Development. That's still showing as changed. Oh, dang it. Push. To off in there, I suppose. Okay, the path's changed anyway, so it's going to be changed. Okay, so that's okay. Ocelot, yeah. Planning out, yeah. Yeah, yeah. All the routes to make sure that works. The navigation works. I should have made that as an explicit commit. See, that's the sort of stuff that would kind of get lost as an action. Remove some unnecessary code. Added a whole lot of dots into a path. Same again. Removed an unnecessary thing there. Added some more dots. Added a view. Ooh, not good. Added the settings module, added the routes for the settings, added the home component. This is the top level navigation underneath or rather this component, so that the router outlet is here, which I'm actually pretty happy with how that works. Nested navigation. Added the component for the projects. Established the query feature. I don't know why I'm yawning so much all of a sudden. Added the project write feature, so this calls the service, and but this is the interlink between the service and the store. Project type, the project store. Then we have the service, which just literally calls add. Create project. Post response. Yeah, the tests. So that's looking pretty good. Let's get that merged. we can move on to the next piece. So the next piece being so this is part of this parent issue. So I should be able to define a project UI. So we're going to finish that shortly. So this one, I should be able to see a list of projects, GraphQL. So question is, did I why am I yawning? One second. Actually, I'm going to. Can my brain cope with this? No. I went to see if I could listen to music and stream, and I can't do it because I can't think about what I'm about to say while listening to the music. So I brought this out as an extra piece, so it's actually here, and this one now kind of takes priority, right? So it becomes the next thing up. The problem with this is, and it will come down to as I grow the project, as I start to build the project, is how do I build these stories, right? And I think a lot of time I waste time, or I have wasted time on trying to figure out every single aspect of every single story, especially when you're kind of getting used to it in the project. And I think these days I would kind of lean into, figuring out what a story is as you grow the project, rather than trying to worry about being perfect from the start. Try and realize, okay, well, use that Kaizen aspect and say, well, actually, that story, we kind of should have added this, we should have done that, and break up the stories in a way that makes sense for the project, not necessarily trying to fit someone's expectation of a project or a story. Copper Beardy, hello, how are you doing, sir? I hope well. Good to see you. Not too bad. Good. I apologize if my voice is crackly and broken a little bit. I am solidly in week 6 of being sick. So, not being sick. Sorry, I've got this cough and all sorts of mess. So I've been struggling with it for weeks. Okay, so we're going to do this one next, right? When project is added, an integration should be published. The challenge with this is there's nothing to wire up to it on the other side. So I've got to either decide, okay, well, the GraphQL aspect is going to create that. So I kind of know what this means, so I'm not going to spend time kind of documenting this out right this second, because I'd rather get to actually doing the actual work. But the idea here is when I add a project, a domain event will publish. That domain event will then allow me to publish an integration event off of it. So I'm disconnecting the pieces enough. And then the other, this piece we'll need to integrate that event. Integrate store provide so by the end of this stream, we're going to get into the filtering, the GraphQL, because I'm going to need those filters and stuff, I think. But this is priority number 1. So let's get that pull request merged. All checks have failed. I didn't test it, you didn't test it, I. Little fly, go away. Okay, so let's see what unit tests are failing. Not a good sign. Build is fine, test is fine. Passed. Got 171 tests. None of them are failing. I can still merge it, which I think I will do, because I don't want to hold this up for that, but delete the branch. We go over here, we check it out again, check out development, and then we update development. And then we delete the branch. One day I'm going to trip over myself on that one and lose something, but for the time being, I'm not going to get upset. I'm going to continue to follow that practice pretty rigidly, because it does afford me some sort of discipline on making sure I don't have branches out there for forever. Okay, so we go back here, we go here, go to the workboard. So that one is done. And I think today's the last day of, today's my last day of this chunk of work, so we'll tighten that up. When a project is added, let's add that to the board. So what this involves is publishing the main event. Project was added or something like that, right? Consume the main event. So we create a listener for that event, and then we publish to Kafka. So we need a liquid sky dot projects topic. and then we publish the Kafka, and there we go, we're done. So I'm only doing that. I would normally not do this in a story, purely because I don't think planning out your story in the actual description is the useful way. I think if the developers do that, it should be added in comments, or if you really want to do it as some items that you could check off. Depends on how you like doing those sorts of things. We're going to get into a whole discussion when we come to stories as to how to task stories out and how to work with stories. And I know at least one person is going to have a lot of opinions. Beyond me. So I should close that down because there's no way I'm listening to music. So the way the stream goes is, obviously I'm working on a large project. So it's not that I'm going to stop and explain everything every 2 minutes. But if you are interested, if you want to know more, you're more than welcome to ask. I'm more than happy to demonstrate the project to where it stands right now and kind of talk about what I'm trying to do. I don't want to always divert, because the bigger the project gets, the longer that explanation gets, and the longer any exploration of the project gets. So I don't want to just keep repeating myself there. So yeah, if you are interested, if you want to know more, please feel free to ask. This is not an open source project, so the code you see is the code on the stream. It's not available to everyone. So okay, so we need to new branch, feature T68, publish integration event. Okay, so I'll say that as I'm about to do a demonstration, some sort of demonstration anyway. So the way the project works is the tenant management right now has a project. So it's stored in this database here. So on the client, when I added the project, it went through the gateway. It got routed to this API here. It wrote a project to this database. Now, we need to publish an extra piece here. To probably just get rid of these lines entirely. We need to publish an extra piece, which is projects. So the source of truth, the owner of the project's data, is the tenant management system, right? Because it is a tenant concern. Projects are not a planning concern or a ticketing concern or a story concern. Projects are global, therefore they become part of the tenant. And right now, tenant management is everything to the tenant. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll be that way all the time. When I create a project, I have a command, a handler. So this command is what's passed in from the API endpoint. The handler receives that and does its thing. If it needs to do more domain-specific work, it would... I just realized that I'm in a black sweater. Yeah. If it needs to do more domain-specific work, then domain services, etc., would exist. Register tenant is a bit more involved in registering tenant, so that becomes a service of the domain. Well, it's just a simple do this thing that was. So the way this system's set up is I don't actually have to change this handler to add this reaction in here, right? I do need to change this design a little bit, but that's not impossible. So first thing, domain events, right? So I'm clearly following a thing was done, thing was. So apart from address created and user created, apparently. But although actually, when it's something like that, I am saying created versus, this happened, because the terms are different. So let's do project created. And this is going to follow a very simple pattern. Right? So it's going to be project created, GUID. It's a domain event, and that's it. Now in create project, so project right now is a pretty simple object. It's not ads just finished. Sorry, I didn't see that ads were running. The downside to them running every half hour. So an entity base, the way I do this is what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a public, I'm going to create a private constructor, and it's going to take a string name, so one of the challenges of doing this the way the project is being built, right, is these are kind of settable, right? I can change these, so I can go into my create project handler, right, and I can say, okay, well, the project dot name equals this. But if I want to create a reaction to that, if I want to create any sort of eventing off of that, I can't allow that, right? So that poses a challenge. I don't need to worry about that right this second, but it is something I need to decide whether I'm going to make it a general pattern. And as much as I want to stream for several hours today, as I have the time, I'm starting to feel that my voice may not support it, which is weird. So what I do here is I create a static method, project create, right? And this is a pattern that's been followed multiple times. And then in here, I'm going to, so var project equals new project, return project here, and then here we're going to do add domain event. Is it in queue? It is add domain event. Okay. So we had a domain event of new project created, and that takes project.identifier. We call it on itself. You could do it. You could do it there. There's no harm in doing it there. Right. And again, the reason why you make this private is because then you can't just do. We could make a constructor. But it's just about trying to control the flow and make sure that the domain event is added properly. So traditionally, what I've done is I've done it in here. That domain event add is in here rather than the actual constructor. Because then if I need to create an instance of the object, I don't add a domain event every single time. Okay. So var project equals new project, add domain event on the project, and then return project. So again, when I construct an instance of this using these parameters, I don't automatically add the domain event. I have to explicitly call create to add the domain event. So this just becomes project.create, and then we do command.tenant, command.name, command.prefix, and close it up. Okay, so now our domain event will fire. Projects, entities, yeah. Add domain event. Event, wire event, up into create method. Trying to be better on the whole commit thing. Regular. So again, it's about controlling the data and making sure the events can fire. If I offer multiple ways of doing this, or I offer, like right now, if I want to publish an event when a project name changes, I can do that, but I have to control that. So the entity, and this is the entity that's saved into the database, right? These values are used to store the database values, and there is a base entity here with identifier and stuff on it. But it's about controlling that data and making it consistent. If I go forward and I have extra events that need to fire, if I change the name, if the prefix changes, etc., because parts of the system need to react to that, right? So you're going to have to consider the events. It's a very useful feature, if a little bit harder to understand. But I have to make sure that I am always firing them. Yeah, because what it wants to do here is that now, right? Yeah, that's interesting that it's offering that, actually, right this second. I'm not going to do it because it requires a lot more wire up. But that's ultimately what it will become to do that. So we have our domain event, so we have our project created. So now we now need to listen to that event. So we create a subscribers folder, which again is kind of the indicator now that there is going to be domain events that I'll listen to. If I want to do more things, if I want to make the system more reactive, if I want to make this particular component of the system more reactive to these events, I can break up the functionality into different handles, and that way I can test independently. I can organize them, and the code in general stays nice and clean. Rather than making these big catch-all handles, I can kind of make the system more reactive. So in here, what I've done is I've called this will be project created, right? So I'm saying, hey, listen to this event, and then I'm doing the actual reactions to that event rather than creating a folder for integration and whatever. I kind of flipped it. What it does mean is I end up with a weird naming problem in here, but that's not insurmountable. The reason I like this is it kind of tells a story, right? Subscribes to project created, publish integration, right? So I know by the fact that I've called it publish integration that this is going to publish an integration event, and this is going to be the piece that spans out into the other parts of the system, right? So this is this piece now, right? That domain event is all handled internally here. Well, once I actually publish the integration event, the rest of the system can be told, hey, by the way, this project exists. I'm going to be a bit lazy here. So, yeah, so now we get into the challenge here, because using project created notification equals that. Repository project. That'll do. There you go. Okay, so that's good for repository. Publisher. Nope, that's not how it's going to work. So var project equals repository dot single default async. Let's make sure that's that. We need some specifications. So project by identifier spec. This is a specification project. Hi, Connie. How are you? I'm not bad. I'm not bad. A single result specification, a project constructor that takes a GUID identifier and then query dot where q goes to q dot identifier equals identifier. So new project by identifier spec, and then we do notification dot project identifier. That's our cancellation token down. What is this? Throw if argument null. Throw if null. So I've kind of gotten into this pattern of this can't be null, right? If that's null, the system is broken. Something's gone very badly wrong, because I should only get here if I've just published this project created notification, which I can only have done if I've just saved to the database the project that I've just triggered that from, right? So if I get here, I don't want to test if null. I don't want to handle this out in any way. I want to throw an exception because the system is broken. So I've taken to doing this, and I kind of like it. It guards correctly. The system should throw up if the system is invalid. I have no issue with that. And I can obviously capture that later, or I can do something more specific with them. But I like doing that instead of trying to do something specific right this second. Because again, if the system's invalid, the system's broken at this point, right? So now we need to define one more event. So we go to the messaging events and go to integration. So there's two types of event: service bus events and integration events, right? So service bus events are mass transit things that happen. Integration events is what I'm using Kafka for, so everything gets called integration event here, and this is Kafka publishing that data to the topics. And I just don't want to blur the lines. So this is a project integration event. No, not that. Default integration event. So every event is meant to have a source. So you kind of, because the event can be published from multiple places, it's good to know where it got published from, because other things could update the project inside of the tenant management and for a different reason. Unlikely in this case, but other things more specifically, more likely. The user could get updated from different sources. The user could get changes coming in from different things. I don't know what exactly, but you could get different processes doing different things to the user or different things to the tenant even. and those events that fire, it's nice to know where they came from. It's all the same data. That's the one challenge I need to overcome, is the here's how to publish this thing. So now we have the integration event configured. We need to do await publisher dot publish async, and this takes the GUID key. So this is the project identifier, because that's the unique identifier for this project. And then we need a new project integration event, and this takes a name of project created, and then this takes the identifier, the tenant identifier, name, the prefix they added, and the last updated. Pretty standard object. Awesome. So let's add that. Add integration event project. Add event. Add the main event and what and publish. Okay, that's them two done. And now, what have I broken there with that? My project prefix does not exist for this tenant. So now I have a challenge, because I can't create an instance of project anymore, because I've kind of broken that functionality by doing the static object. And I can in this case, I can probably can do this. That isn't going to harm me in this one. I do have a way of doing it when that's about lardy that was. Yeah, there is. We created a thing on stream for creating a dynamic object here. So I do have an object builder that will create an instance of project, even if I don't have access to the constructor. It will use the private constructor and take all the parameters, and then it will try and set all the properties of the object behind the scenes. So that it creates a valid object, but doesn't have to have access to the constructor. That is one of the cheats you get to do with unit testing for the readability. Correct. Units tests project use static method. But in this instance, I don't need anything set specifically on the object that I'm not controlling otherwise. So I can mock up. I can kind of set the object and say, okay, well, you're going to have this identifier and this tenant identifier and this ID, etc., and it will control all of that. Which is a useful feature of testing. When you have testing is not good when you don't have control of the data you're creating. It's messy. Okay. So we have a project being created. We have an integration event that will be published right this second if we have the wire up. So the way that my Kafka implementation works is I basically look for the event type and bind that to a topic. So the actual publisher has the lookup for, oh, I'm publishing this type of event. Oh, there's the topic, right? So I don't actually have to hard code or hand code the actual topic at any point in the actual code. It's all handled by the publishing piece, which I think is a useful thing. So what we do here is we say, yeah, we could do that. We could say the project integration event, and that's projects. And there we go. So that would now publish to that queue. We do need to do one more thing in that we need to go to 80. 8080? Yes. Okay. We need to create the topic. It's always good practice to make sure you're creating topics before you actually run. By default, Kafka won't create them. It will error when it can't see the topic if it tries to write to it. But yeah. There's no subscribers and no consumer groups listening to it right now, so that's fine. So what we're going to do now is run the application, add a project, and verify if that worked. And if it worked first time, that's a good sign. It means that the consistency is starting to get there in the application. I should trust that I can build that without any panic. Yeah. Okay, so that's all up and running. So planning, everything's starting. Settings, projects, add new project. Now we go to fresh project. This is FP. I don't want to worry about duplication right a second. I create that. That gets there. There's our project. There's our domain event notifier. You see how it doesn't have the date updated. There you go. And now if we go to here, there's our message. There's our project. So our project created, triggered the event, and this event has the fresh project information. So now we have an integration event publishing. And yeah, all that wire up just for that thing, just for that one piece of data sat there. But again, it does give me the flexibility to kind of build on top of this rather than having to change this, right? The whole single responsibility thing is handled here, right? I'm not making my create project handler responsible for anything directly, right? It is just creating the project. That's all it cares about, right? Everything else is reactive to that. It is a side effect of when this saves to the database that event is published, right? So it has to save to the database. Everything has to be safe. If it rolls back, it will roll back everything, including the event. So you don't have the risk of having everything in there. But the subscription, again, this is only responsible for publishing the notification. If there's other things to do when a project is created, if there's other things that need to be set up or configured, they would also be subscribers to this event and doing what they need to do independently. So I like this pattern. I think it's a very clean, flexible pattern that allows me to break up the system into quite manageable chunks. And it allows me to go through, write all that code without any testing there and verify that my project is there. So there we go. Figure for projects. Push that. And yeah, if you're new to the stream, if you're just joining, more than welcome to ask questions. You're more than welcome. I'm more than happy to show parts of the project off. Sorry, my chair is stuck right on the edge of the mat. Okay. So that's part. Really? Done. So we have now projects is published into the ether essentially. Nothing's consuming that. So we get to the next part now, which is as a tenant administrator, I should be able to see a list of projects. So actually, that's going to be a really hard thing to do. This is not as a tenant administrator. The reason being that's not a tenant administrator, the reason being that that is not a tenant administrator, sorry, is that the administrator should be able to edit and do things against the project, right? But shouldn't be able to actually change. Should be able to. Everyone should be able to list it because I'm going to need the list when I have the UI for the drop down on the filtering of the projects, of the planning items. So, yeah, this is just a simple query. Let's put that into the board for now, just for tracking it. Let's go over here. T68. Let's compare and pull. So again, I only do the PRs for the sake of the process, right? I want to make sure that I'm continuing to be disciplined here. So added a new integration event for pump projects. Added a modified the handler for create project to actually use a static method. Created a specification for querying projects by the identifier. Added an integration handler for receiving the project created notification. Again, making sure the system is valid. If something was wrong there, then that would throw up and the system would be broken, right? So that's okay. And then we publish that integration event. Right now, this publisher is not my actual library. I need to swap out that at some point. I probably should do it soon because it's going to take quite a refactoring. Basically, this version does not have the outbox for Kafka. So any messages pushed in here, if the system is invalid or broken, will get lost, and that's not good. An outbox here would work. There is an outbox on the notification side of the domain events, which is what we looked at. This is the domain event version. So I'll probably end up with a publishing outbox and a notification outbox. Modified our project to create the private constructor and create the project. So you can't just create an instance of project now, right? Added the project create domain event and added the topic, and then modify the unit test. Let's merge that. Okay. So we check out development, update development. And we delete T68. Okay. So, development. So we got that. That's done. Let's move this to in progress. So now, GraphQL. There's no UI aspect to this right this second. I believe I actually broke these two pieces out. So I should be able to see a list of projects GraphQL, and as a tenant administrator, I should be able to see a list of projects UI. So this is the actual listing on the UI. This is the actual GraphQL component. And this is the bare minimum of defining a project, right? So, yeah. The reason I broke them up is because there's a bit to do on the GraphQL endpoint to validate that, yeah, it's functional. And then there's obviously the client side is going to involve more UI components, etc. So breaking them up allows me to validate the data. You could actually use both stories and have someone working on the UI and mocking the data and working on GraphQL separately. So I don't think it's always good to wire them up together. Okay, so let's pray new branch feature T64. View integrate projects with view. This is a significant downside of this architecture so far in terms of the amount of complexity it involves just to add a simple object with two columns. But realistically, I could sit and do most of what I've done so far in probably a 2-day period, right? 2 8-hour days. Nothing is particularly challenging. It's just a repetitive piece, and that's good that it's repetitive because it means that I'm getting to the point where I've actually got the patterns in place and the application is building out enough that consistency. Okay, so the view component here is my actual GraphQL piece. So this is a GraphQL API. I have components here for receiving things, and that's where we're going to start in a second. And then we have the application. Now to get the view, to get the project's view, we're going to need to have the view tables have projects. Right? Actually, hold on. Planning items, requirements. I mean, it's basically requirements in terms of structure. So we need a new project table. Actually, scripts, tenant management, projects. Not far off this. So if we go to view here and create a new script. .006 projects.SQL ls view. So is there anything different about this one? Requirements has identifier. This is just an associated object. I don't have an associated object right now. Title created by. I have to talk about that stuff. I don't think I track a lot of that right now, like who created something. So that might be Something to work on. So for right this second, that's all we need. Planning items, identifier, tenant ID. So it resolves tenant ID. So that's tenant ID int. The reason tenant ID is it's associated data. There's no point having. Yeah, I can look things up quicker. So get all projects for tenants, etc. I can find for the project for the tenant identifier, get to projects, etc. It's a little quicker, I believe. But again, throughout this course of this project, my knowledge and comfort with using GUIDs as identifiers may improve. So that's the primary difference between the two tables. Is this is not a GUID anymore? It's a an ID, tenant ID. I'm not sure that index is needed actually, so let's move that for right a second. Let's run that on the database. Run that. So now we have projects there. So we need to go to the code. Add script projects on view. I'm going to try and be better. The whole committing thing, I'm going to try and be better. That's the goal. Make sure that I am committing more frequently. So the view infrastructure, view domain. Now, so we have entities here in the domain. The view doesn't have a lot of complexity. There's not really need for domain events, etc. in here, but it still has all the functionality to achieve it. Just doesn't. So again, entity base, right? So that gives us a lot of the abilities. You don't need that. I've got a feeling that wasn't that way before. So either way, this is just public int tenant ID public string name public string prefix. That's project. Interesting. Ooh, that's messy. Let's put that back for right this second. That's a can of worms I don't want to necessarily open, but I need to fix it in a second. So I'm going to come back quickly on it, but I don't want to blur the line between project. So let's move to infrastructure. So our project type configuration. That should be interesting. Entity base type configuration of project. That wires up the underlying. So the underlying So this entity-based type configuration defines these 4 fields. And that's why I was confused just then at the usage. Interesting that it even works right this second, but we'll come back around to that in a minute. But this base class has ID, identifier, date added, and last updated, right? So this is the built-in stuff, and then you configure impl to actually invoke the additional functionality. So, so the ViewDB context needs projects, and that's it for that. That will allow it to configure the base fields. That's that. So we have the object added to the database. We have the define entity wire up VB context. So next. This is the I did something weird with the title, or people are genuinely not interested in this today. Okay, so I need to take a quick break. I need to go take dogs out for a walk, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Okay, so longer stream means I'm gonna have to take dogs out more and do more things. So yeah, that is the way, unfortunately. So anyway, where was I? So we've added the project in there. Let me fix that planning item first before I go too far down there. So the problem with this is it's hiding things. So if I remove these things, the object isn't broken because ID, identifier, date added, and last updated are all on the entity base event. So I was kind of skating by on some stuff here. Yeah, last updated. So this wasn't good. So what we do is we create a public static planning item create, and ooh, that's interesting. That's okay though, because we don't need all of them. Rather than the maximum 7 authorized. So that isn't. That's interesting. It does that. So we do the same thing again, right? Static, private planning item. This should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Why don't you like that? Oh, because you got that. This should then become var item equals new planning item. We need tenant. Yeah, tenant ID. Yeah. Return item. There's no domain events in this piece, so actually we should do that for right this second. And then in here, those matter. Now the base constructor has GUID, date added, right? The ID is set by the database, so that's not a problem. So that should be functional for right this second. The application is going to be broken because this doesn't now work this way. Okay, so we have okay, so I have to move that out there so we can have that, and then we add item in there. Now this should be tenant ID. And it all dawns on me now. Okay. It's fine. It's just those two don't matter. So the reason I did it that way is because I do need to set them in this instance, right? That's why. Let's put this back. That's something I need to tackle. That's going to be a challenge that I don't want to overcome right this second, because it's a bigger design challenge. So that should be all of it. Okay. The reason I Control Z that instead of actually just reverting the changes, is I just wanted to step back through it. Interesting that it lets me do it, because it allows me to override them and then set them. The challenge with this isn't an object that I need to control those properties of. If anything, what I would do here is make it more explicit that I'm actually setting them. Because again, I just made that same assumption. Oh, well, I've got an object. Well, hold on, that object came from somewhere else, and I'm actually wanting to track that information in this version. The view version should get the data as it is, not a version of the data, right? So the date added is not the date the view got it, it's the date it was added to the system. So I don't want to just say, hey, well, just take the date added that you assigned when you created the object. If I do it that way, I'm going to break the system, because then my dates are not going to align. So yeah, that has to be left alone for right this second. I have to think about what that means. So we move on, right? So let's get to the actual, and these are kind of, this naming is going to drive me crazy eventually, but when I get something from the integration, the biggest challenge is I need to make sure that it's all the values are valid, right? So if I've got a tenant identifier, I need to go and get that tenant. If I don't have that tenant yet, I need to make sure that I stub that tenant out. If I've seen this object before, I'm updating it versus creating it. So this way the system stays intact. So if all I have to do, if some data is missing, is essentially just publish the integration event, and the data will be backfilled. And again, by tracking those dates and times, etc., of the original object, not the version this sees, the data is just valid, right? There's no events going on in this system. There's no tracking of data in the system. This is a state of the objects right now. Being that it's so quiet, I'm going to make sure I have some coffee. Um, yeah. Okay. My apologies for ads. So I need to create an updating projects folder, tests, view application, concerning update project. When project does not exist. Why did you get... This is annoying. This is actually one of the things that's... Why is this... Like, why is my fact not still here? That's file templates though, that's not. Language injections, live templates, C#. Yeah, the fact has gone. So add fact. Mnemonic. Variables. So this is fact, public, void, best name. Did that just not apply then? There you go. I mean, I know it's quick to recreate, but it shouldn't be that difficult. Okay. Project is created. So we have our subject here. That's quite an interesting way of doing tests. What is that? I'm almost tempted to fill it in just to see, because it kind of reads nicely. Private because of. That's pretty cool. It should return success. It should add project. I mean, I don't like the should, obviously. But what is... That's impressive, though. That kind of reads. I wish that was real. I mean, I know that's kind of cucumber style, but yeah. Impressive. Okay. Repository. Private mock. No, not mock. Equals no. Subject equals no. Update project at handler. So arrange act. Wow, you're going all sorts of crazy today, Copilot. I mean, you don't understand my library at all, but This is going to take a GUI tenant identifier. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of, for the sake of speed, I'm going to add a little bit more in than I would normally in here. Handler repository of project sender is a command handler of command copy result. Let's move this to another folder. That's going to go to view application / updating projects. So our handler here is there. We need private sender. So generally bad practice for a handler to send other commands. We've established this before on the stream. But the reality is this one benefits from this pattern, and it's not an often used pattern. So the establishing the other objects of a chain are best done by what I've referred to as an acquire pattern, which is a create it if it doesn't exist, like stub the basics out, and it allows the documented basics to be in one place. So if I need a tenant ID, I say acquire the tenant ID, and because from my perspective, from the project's perspective, all I care about is that tenant ID. I don't care about if there's information there. That integration for that tenant could be coming later. It's just a way of verifying system integrity. So here what I'm validating is that repository.received.add async. And this is going to be arg.is project. He goes to p.identifier equals, and I have the same problem here. Private read-only GUID tenant identifier. Yeah. I didn't even know that. Makes it very prefix. Nice. New date time. I say it's date time. We're going to go with mocking it out as if it was real. So we're going to do the date. Last update is going to be null. So tenant ID here. So this isn't expected because we're not going to do that. But we're going to say, kind of is. Private int, private read-only int. Right. So tenant ID equals expected tenant ID. Go to that afterwards. And p dot name equals and p dot prefix equals and p dot date added equals expected date added. So that's what we're expected to do in our act. This is where it gets a little bit messier. We pass them in. That's not going to be that way. That executes that call. And then we are going to run the test and fail. And that's expected. That wasn't passed in, so that needs to go in there. So the reason I didn't proceed with the planning item mess was because this one's going to have the same problem. What do I test here first? So if I create, right, this repository, right, repository dot add async, new project, right. I only have 3 fields available to me. Right, it wants to fill in all of them, but it can't do it. The reason I have 3 fields available to me is because I've created this off inherit entity base. Hi, Phil Schnabel. How are you doing? Yeah, I don't think I need to. I think I need to avoid. I mean, I'm saving some. I think what I need to do is create public class view base, public abstract view base. So public ID, public period, identifier, public. Ooh. How I write code badly. And then this is off view base. And I need to move that to its own file. I think that is going to solve my problem a little bit. Because now I should be able to set everything I need. So identifier is command dot project identifier, name equals command dot name, prefix I enjoyed a Twitter thread where they criticized bad code on how to compute grades based on score, and then improved by making it totally impossible to understand. Yeah. Yeah, there's a fine line. Like here I'm trying to make things so I can't make a mess and be inconsistent, because, you write code one way one week and then come back a week later. And that subtle difference can make the difference between, like, today, create versus add. I referred to something as add in one piece and create in another, and it makes it, yeah. I think mine was okay. It's char gradient score equals. Available though, but it's certainly not the worst. No, I mean, again, you get into. I think sometimes we go a little bit too far on trying to hold the principles, and sometimes that makes messier code because we're trying to hold so tight on some of those principles. They added equals command. They added last updated, and okay, so that's not going to work, but it's not going to fail outright. Return result bar, okay. Not success, sorry. And like I've said before, when I'm working in this project, I'm working in this project for me, right? So everything has to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, I stop and rethink and kind of challenge myself a little bit. You as a stream viewer may or may not be able to follow certain things, but in general, you should be able to kind of understand what I'm doing at any one point. But that's not my priority, right? The priority is productivity with the project, and I think calling out the bad code, focusing on other people's practices, etc. We love to do it, but it's just such a waste of energy. Like I see people getting backseated in streams, and I've backseated, and I'm not immune to it. But when the opinions start to flow, oh, you shouldn't do it this way, you should do it this way, you shouldn't do it that way, you should do it this way, it just gets more confusing. So yeah, I think I'm more pragmatic the older I get with this. Okay, so that's not going to work because we need to invoke. So project is created. Fact tenant is acquired. Should actually have been my first test. I spend enough time criticizing my own code. I can't spend too much time working on this code. Unique in that my opinions are also undisputable facts. Strange but true. Yeah? Absolutely. Yeah, it's software development is difficult, and spending energy and time trying to find problems in other people's code is like I'm not saying I don't criticize code. I do, right? I will look at a piece of code and be like, oh, that's horrible, right? Normally, if it's not my code, it's because it's someone's code that they wrote years ago and there's just blatant errors. Because a lot of developers are in a position where they just have to get stuff done, and when they start working that way, the code reflects it. But when we start picking on code and reflect and like putting our own opinions on it publicly, yeah, it's a bit of wasted time. And people love to do it. People love, like, oh, you shouldn't use that language, you shouldn't use that technique, you shouldn't use this, you shouldn't use that, because they've done something different. I got kicked out from a Discord once because I agree with another dev that you don't always need to use a logger lib. I wasn't rude. I'd have been kicked out too. You can play find the logging in this application if you wanted to. There is 48 projects right now, and there's I'm not going to say 0 because I have attempted to put some in. I do have a project to do some telemetry stuff, but right now there is no logging in this application for the most part, because I don't think it's useful to add while you're developing, because I think it's too defensive, and you shouldn't be putting try catches everywhere either. So I have my own opinions on how I'm writing code, right? If something makes you, I just feel that something makes you happier, then fine, but I don't need to deal with that. So this should say sender received dot send arg.is acquire tenant equals t dot no, though unit acquire tenant dot command. Yeah. So coding craftsman, I didn't look across because this screen doesn't show me, but you used the word idiot and it decided that needed to be censored. Yeah, yesterday it let someone swear in stream, which is something I don't want to do. So I decided that you were a bully for using the word idiot. Whereas I think we were smart enough to understand the context, being that you were being talking about yourself in past. I suppose. Self-deprecating, right? So to do this, what we do is in the arrange, we're now going to say sender dot when s goes to s dot send. No. It's send arg.is acquire tenant command like that dot returns result dot success with tenant ID. That's that. So I'm trying to be good here. I'm trying to unit test enough to at least back myself up later, right? I'm not trying to bring the stream down into a unit testing stream, that's for certain. I'm streaming for a little longer today because I do have the day off work, which is nice. And as always, if you're new to the stream, if you're just joining, even if you're not new to the stream and you have questions about what I'm doing or on topic of conversation, opinions about what I'm doing, I'm more than happy to accept them. So, you know, the backseating thing, I don't like to do it. I don't think it's necessarily good, but I think when it comes to this sort of stuff, I do want to kind of figure out, do people have opinions on what I should be doing? People don't tend to pass many opinions in this stream about what I should be doing. Maybe it's just the sheer amount of code I'm writing. But yeah, it's just, I should have led with that before. I kind of am open to the opinions on this stream. Tests, but tests just expose you to elaborate backdoors. Luckily, I don't write tests, so my code is secure. One day, I hope to be able to write effective tests. That's my goal. For now, I'll accept clever-looking but pretty ineffective tests. Yeah, tests are another one of those things that people do have some pretty strong opinions on, and the whole time thing I can definitely see. So now that's obviously going to fail because we're not doing it right. It's going to expect that to have happened, and it doesn't happen. This did call, but it wasn't matching because we don't have the expected tenant ID. And p.identifier equals, that needs to be there. Hi Napalm, how you doing? Happy Friday. Particularly happy for me. Long stream, day off work. Get to work on the project. Okay, so the command, no, not that one, this command. So the first thing it should do is acquire the tenant ID, right? So var tenant ID equals await sender.send new acquire tenant command, and this takes the command tenant identifier. I guess my coffee's been delivered. Down in the drudgery of my demo UI in CSS. On lurk to lurk. Thanks for the co-working stream. Heading out to the morning exercise routine. Online, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it as always. Appreciate you hanging out, and hopefully the co-working was successful today. So I'm going to continue following this pattern. I'm actually falling into this more and more, and I kind of like it, especially for now. On the topic of logging as well from before, this can't really be null, right? This result could be null. It is possible, but if this is working, if the system's working correctly, this should not be null at all. So rather than do some sort of, oh, well, if it's null, log it out and return a result. Right now, I'm just going to throw. Maybe I review these later, but they're a clear indicator that I'm validating the system, right? I like guard code like this because it does make sure that the system doesn't just work if something is incorrect. And I don't want to see, 10 months from now, oh, the tenant ID was null there, and it's been null for 9 months. I want to throw. And I know that it will kind of get swallowed here, but it will stop it from working as well. So I can put handlers, I can do all sorts of other stuff here with exception handling later on. And if I keep following this pattern, it's very easy to find. But this way I can't skip over. So tenant ID is going to be tenant ID, right? So now when we run our test, everything passes. Awesome. So I'm going to be right back. I just need to go get my coffee, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, I am back. Coffee in hand. Food for afterwards. Let's see if we can get this done. So, the next test here is actually one that right this second I can't do. So I'm not gonna stub that test out. I'm not gonna even work on that test. I'm gonna move straight to it and implementing this code. I don't have the ability to update a project. So if I can't update a project, I can't publish the event, and I can't make that happen. So the project existing is not something I have to deal with right this second. Something I can't forget, because if I do, I'm going to keep adding the projects multiple times, and that's going to cause a problem. Because there's no uniqueness check on these fields. So this is going to break now because now my project is not a entity base, it's a view base, and that's okay because now I don't need to do this because I don't need to configure those private fields, which is all good. So let's go here. We have let's make an explicit commit here. Introduce view base. Okay, common properties. Again, stuff that I need to review and look over time. But as long as I'm at least somewhat consistent, these things aren't, nothing's set in stone. Remove unnecessary configuration, view to view base, introduction. And now inherit view base. That view base object is going to live in the view. It doesn't go into the shared because there's no need for it everywhere else. Create update project handler. Okay. So now the harder part. So this part, like we did before with the integration event, I really despise the casing differences between JS and C# in JSON files. Such an annoyance keeping things in sync. Yup. Yeah. I've been guilty of flip-flopping here as well, using uppercase and lowercase interchangeably. I kind of like the way the lowercase reads over the uppercase. I don't know why. But yeah, casing is a pain. So this is projects. Hey, deflux. Wow. 40 minutes late for normal stream time. Or rather, 40 minutes late for normal stream end. But good of you to be here. Appreciate it. Hope you are well today. Let's just validate that I just used the right. Yeah, I did. So this is the next thing that I want to kind of figure out, can I pull this? Oh. Hello, I've been enjoying lurking in here recently. Keep it up. Cospian? Sorry. Let me know. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for saying that. I appreciate the look. Sorry, right as you said that, my brain was wearing off on. Oh, I can make this configurable, but I'm going to get rid of this tool, I think. So I use. Where are you? So I'm using console. And there's a key value store. Key value store. And I store my oscillator configuration in it. But that looks similar. There's nothing saying I couldn't store my topic configuration in there and have a centralized configuration for topics. Because I need another thing to do in this project. It needs to get a little harder, but that I could build as, because I was saying this morning that the Kafka pieces are that I need to use my library stuff. I could make this part of the library, because github.com, TV develop, Kafka extensions, all this stuff. I could build an actual provider so that I can say, hey, you can go pull the topics from a third-party provider, and then just create a file version of that reader. Two forks. Oh, that's a fault, nice. But yeah, project idea. Okay, so what happens is when I'm going and loading up the actual Kafka pieces, I'm looking at the events that I'm. Am I doing it that way? Or am I looking at it? Yeah, either way. Yeah, it loads up all the event, the types, and then loads the topics for those types and builds a dictionary, right? So when it sees a message of a certain type, it then says, okay, well, here you go. Here's the topic you need when it needs it. So I'm just watching one of my dogs on the camera. She's being difficult. So anyway, that's that piece. So now with that, I'll worry about all that later, because that's a whole lot of code to write. So I need a receiver for the project. So this is a project receiver. This is simple. What this does is it takes the integration event and gives me the data, and then I can just focus on adding the data. So that's that. Missing references. We have that, and now we have the event. Now we can just do await sender.send. That'll do. So we're sending the identifier, the project identifier, the name, the prefix, the date added, and the last updated. Okay, and that should now get the project into the database. So if I build and run, we should see a project appear in this table. Unless I'm a terrible developer and none of this works. Today's just going to be one of them days. Did it. Hold on. Topics. There's no integration set up, so why? I know why. Didn't quite finish wiring things up there, did I? Services that add transient. Project receiver. Okay. And then I need to add the event receiver. Project. Integration event. So this part here is what actually defines the listening part, right? So it's actually this dispatching Kafka consumer. It actually starts up a task per topic. So in the development environment, this is not ideal because obviously I'm just creating one process and then listening on a lot of tasks. So what happens is if you don't get it right, you could be waiting a long time for it to actually pick up. These consumer apps are built in such a way that the idea would be when I actually deploy these, I'll actually create a deployment for one or many of them at once. So if something's not too heavy, I'm able to create a version of this consumer app that has these two, and I'm able to create a consumer app that has this one. So they're all, from a developer perspective, you run one process, but when you actually are deploying these, you can run 5 here or 10 here if you want to scale out properly. So that's the goal. There's a little bit more I need to do there, but that's the actual intent, is to make sure that this is development friendly, but also in the real world it will do a different thing. But that's why it didn't actually register the consumer then. So what I'm expected to see is a green label appear here for LS view integration. Right, so that appears, and then there's our project. So now that integrated. So our project that we created before is now in there. Obviously the first one isn't, because the first one wasn't using Kafka at that point. And tenant 1, I think, yeah. And there we go. Okay, so just to validate that, by the way, with everything running, huh. You're not running? New browser policies around autoplay are annoying. I want my window to play a sound on receipt of a message from a WebSocket. Apparently this has to be actively interacting with thing. Ooh. So sound, so you have to be in the tab to be playing sound. So if I add a new project, and this will be marketing, right? Create that. Then eventually it should appear here. There you go. That's the eventually consistent nature. Looks like it. So like a ding when a message appears, but now you can't do it because you have to be in the application. Is that still true if you make it a, what's it called? A PWA? You have to have focus to get the noise. I suppose it would because it's the browser, right? Okay, so final stage of this is to get the so let's get that in there. Receivers. So we've created the receiver. We've bound the topic. We've added the receiver. So now we're receiving events, and we've verified that they're added into projects. So event receiver. And I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Add event receiver for projects. That's fine. So the last part is the GraphQL piece, and this is kind of, I think we've had a conversation in one-liners Discord about this. So GraphQL right now for me is kind of useful in this design, in that I actually do have kind of the same queries that have more detail, right? So it's not configured ideally. I'm using specifications, which means that things are enumerated and come out of the database that shouldn't do, but I still have this get planning items, the view model that I'm returning. In the main screen, I only ask for certain data, and then I get more data in the next screen, right, where I get the requirements and the created by, etc. So I actually am using some of the features of GraphQL. Still, nothing that couldn't be done with an API. But this seemed like a great opportunity to just experiment with this and see learn new ways. Now, the one downside I have is this: using specs. I don't get to control what I include. So if I have, where is it? This sort of thing where I've got the requirements, right? Because I'm using this method, I always get this data. So I'm not saving anything from the database to the actual app server. All I'm saving here is the app server down. I don't always pull this object in its entirety down to the client. I just pull it down from the database. But because of this, all these joins get executed. If I was using DB context at the GraphQL point, I do know from experience that can be more dynamic. And it might be something I swap out later, where I only get what I ask for. Right? The benefit being there that I have, that it cuts down the SQL as well. So still experimenting, still playing, but GraphQL is the next piece. So query, we need let's create a project view model just to follow the same pattern. Public period identifier, public string name, public. The dates and stuff don't matter on this one right now, so I'm not going to panic about that. Project by tenant spec. So this is specifications and returns project view model. Project view model. So the first argument in the specification is the model on which you're querying. The second argument is a transform. So this is going to be GUID, an identifier, query. So we have a where. So query.where, q goes to q dot. This is going to be challenging, isn't it? Yeah. So our project, public virtual tenant. It'll infer that because tenant ID. That's fine. Don't have to specify any navigational properties. Specify any navigational configuration explicitly. We do have to say query.include q goes to q.tenant. I think. Well, if I turn it on in the project, there's a setting I can use in here, I believe. Where is it? Use it. Nope. I'm not going to worry about it, but there is a setting you can use to tell it to always do it. Actually, one thing I do want to do here, and it's bad because I don't need tracking. Hi Hades, how you doing? That just told me ads are about to start, so I apologize if you join in right as ads begin. I'm good, thanks. Chill time. Nice. Well, that would be awesome. I'm doing good. Long stream because of a day off work. Getting some progress made on the project. This is the main project, the big project, so a little bit more going on. Where do we do this? Use query tracking behavior. no tracking. I should have turned that on a long time ago. So no tracking means there's no proxy objects created. There's it's quicker. I'm not modifying these objects in this context, so there's absolutely no benefit in me putting any tracking. I should just query it and get the data. So get out of the way of it. I could also switch to using Dapper or something here, where it is a little bit quicker. There is less fluff around it, but we'll again, the beauty of building a system in this manner does mean that I can flex things, I can change things, I can introduce new ways of doing things because I've got the data available to me, and I can actually pull the data off into a separate schema, and experiment in ways that might not be as easy when everything's in one place. Okay, so this is that, and then query.select. He goes to new project view model. Identifier equals p.identifier. Name equals p.name. Prefix equals p.prefix. I don't care about last update, that's set for right now. And then here, again, authorize task, because I need the tenant identifier, so I can't do that without authorization. List, project view model, get projects, and that's pretty much it. So if we build, and we run, and we start banana cake pop. Yeah, go on, anytime you want to do it. So we need the token. Copy that value, go over here. Connection settings, authorization, apply. Fetch the schema. New document, get projects. Projects. Name. Prefix. And there we go. Done. So, the tooling is getting rid of the word get in front. I haven't looked into the standards there as to what I need to do, or what options there are. I know you can mutate. That's the one thing I definitely don't like about the GraphQL stuff is I don't like the idea of the mutation through this sort of syntax. So I'm only using the API in one direction, which is to query it. Well, I'm using two aspects. Notifications. So if I get a notification, which we'll talk about in a minute, then that will do that. So yes. So I'm just kind of thinking through what I need to do in terms of data. Okay, so we have a GraphQL endpoint in there. We can query it. I don't think there's a need to filter this right now. We'll come back around on filtering and stuff afterwards. Let's stop running that for a second. So we've got our updated our navigation, added tenant navigation property for project. And then added Okay. So as far as that goes, that story goes, that is done. So let's go over here. Issue boards. Integrate the project integration event. Store the project. Wow. That's sad. That is very sad. And we have a query. So let's get that pushed. Push all changes. Again, trying to get better at that git commit. And as always, if anyone has any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, please feel free to share. More than welcome to discuss this, to demonstrate this, or to kind of dig into the component pieces a little bit. It isn't open source. It is a little bit too big. That reality is crazy harsh. It is. Yeah. That's it's tragic after 2 years. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go to pull requests. We can create a new pull request here. And again, I'm only doing pull requests in this manner just to make sure that I'm being disciplined. So here we have a new projects view. We have the update project handler and the project object itself with the tenant attached to it. A view-based object to try and make that a little easier. And I'll have to go back over that other stuff and change that as well. We had the event receiver into the consumers, which registers the consumer for that command. Actually subscribes to that topic is what that does. And then we created a receiver, which just passes that data forward. This could do all sorts of other stuff. This could actually validate things. It could do all manner of other things in here. So the receiver right now is just a straight pass-through to a command. And the reason I didn't make the receiver actually do the work of inserting into the database is because the receiver kind of sits inside of the consumers and is kind of the bridge to the actual application. It's kind of a service aspect. Define the event, add the projects to our context, add the view model, use no tracking on the SQL Server, which will improve the speed a little bit there of queries, which is good. And then apparently I refactored this. I kind of cleaned stuff up apparently and removed some stuff when I added this in. Define a spec in the query layer to transform project to project view model. And then the unit test around create and the stub of the unit test around existing and the global user. So everything looks good there. So we'll create that pull request. And we'll merge that pull request in. Yeah. Delete that branch. Move that over there. And then we'll check out development. Update that. Okay, and then we'll delete that branch here. So again, keeping everything nice and clean because, yeah, I don't want to leave a load of messy branches everywhere. Okay. So the code looks good. Next. So as a tenant administrator, I should be able to see a list of projects. So this is actually the UI for that. Why no squash? I just kind of like the linear history right now. I realize that when you're merging a pull request in, like squashing those commits into one message kind of keeps it cleaner. It's just a habit I've got into. I've not actually worked with many teams that do squash. No sense. No. So I mean, I get it. It makes it more condensed, especially if I've done like 50 commits across a branch and then I merge all that in, so it's now 50 commits in the log. Whereas I could just condense it and say, well, this commit came, or this merge came with these commits, these messages. Yeah. Hmm. How are you doing today, Scuba Snacks? Okay, so final piece of this for right now is I should be able to see a list of projects. So this should be simple. Ready for this? Ready for how simple this is? This is going to drive me nuts because I've got to remember things. Doing good things. How's the project coming along? Project's coming along okay. I'm happy that things are starting to move. Things are starting to get some more definition, which helps me explain more about what I'm doing. So, planning items. So what I'm doing right now is focusing on projects because projects become a part of planning items in so much as grouping and filtering, etc. So go in here, go to projects, and I can add a project. And then when I go to planning items, you'll be able to assign. When you create a planning item, you'll set the project it's attached to. I'm still in two minds whether I actually want to say a planning item could potentially go against many projects. I'm still kind of considering, because a planning item could have DevOps aspects, it could have billing aspects, it could have all sorts of different aspects, right? And it kind of comes together in one. So I don't want to make these planning items projects unto themselves, like actual, introduce new system, right? That's not what this planning items are intended for. Planning items are intended for, okay, we need to add a report, and that report should trigger these things, etc., or whatever. And then the requirements are that. So it's more like story planning. So that being said, I've just kind of talked myself through that one. Right, yeah. For right now, a planning item is against a single project. So ultimately, what I want to do is when I go to create a new planning item, I select the project as well. Right. And then that gets attached, and then coming soon, that information is going to show in a right-hand panel down here. So yeah, project is moving along. Everything's started. So let's go and add a list in here now. This should be simple. So we have planning, we have settings, we have views, we have projects. So projects is a component, and we have the ability to add and forms. How did I break out other things here? In planning, views, planning items. Planning items is a list of items. Initiatives dashboard. So I kind of haven't really. Angular stuff is still like client side in general. The organization of client side is so difficult. Yeah, I really should spend some time this year as I get to grow this application is going out and trying to find experts in this sort of stuff, and maybe get some streams in where I can pull in other people and kind of discuss like best practices, and coming back around on the discussion from earlier on about you're doing this wrong, finding people that are knowledgeable in those pieces where I am weaker. I really would like to do that. Because again, there's so much to taking with software development. There's so many different pieces to move and to work on that and just because I apply one style to my server code doesn't mean that client code benefits from a similar style, right? Maybe I'm doing things in a way that is actually making it more difficult. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find some people. The problem is with Angular, there's not that many people around that are that are going to be easy to grab and again, with the size of the project, pulling them in is going to involve me having to give them kind of access to the repository to look at what's there before streaming, because there's no way you can just pull someone in and do that on the fly. Yeah. And one of the things that I do hold to is I'm not afraid to change things, right? I don't mind moving things around and organizing things differently if something feels bad. If you just leave stuff there because you're scared of breaking other stuff all the time, your application will become more fragile over time. So the moment you stop and think, oh, I don't want to move that because this has got a dependency in it. Oh no, but I need to move it because this makes more sense here, right? The moment you figure out where it should be, put it there and suffer the pain. I mean, commit before you do it, so you can always roll back. But it's always worth. I think your structure looks nice, organized. Trying. So this is where it gets into a weirdness, right? Because so projects. What I'm kind of thinking here is I kind of want to say app list projects, right? But then that would be a view. Do I create a components folder? Because it is kind of exact problem. It's easy to rebuild everything and then add features instead of trying to tinker with fragile code. Yeah. Yeah. Fragile code becomes more fragile. It doesn't become less fragile. So the moment you identify fragility, it's worth trying to identify how you fix it and move forward with a stronger code. In a business environment, that's a lot easier said than done, but it is worth trying. Trying to keep an eye. Looks like YouTube is quiet, but people are on YouTube. So again, anyone who is watching is more than happy. They're more than welcome to ask questions. I'm happy to go through the project and show things off. Although I have kind of just done a little bit of a navigational demo, right? So what I'm thinking here is kind of views. Do I have a views components folder? Or do I have projects? Because one of the ways I could do this is components. And then instead of having forms there, I could have forms there. Right? It won't let me move that around right now, but forms underneath projects kind of makes sense because it is forms related to projects. They're not global forms. But every time I've done that, I've kind of ended up with, oh, well, I need this in here. I'm calling it from there. Is the list unique for this view? Can you build it so it's reusable instead of? In this instance, this will have administrative functions on it, so it'll have the ability to remove the project, to edit the project, etc. Everywhere else, it's going to be a drop down. So those lists will be the reusable part, so that will go into a shared folder probably. But here, let's create a component here. Let's see how it feels, right? Again, there's no harm. Once I've got the component, I can move it anywhere around. Angle schematic component. This is going to be called projects list. Skip tests. I have been looking at Playwright as well for testing. It creates everything as standalone, which is not ideal. Although that does work. App projects list. Projects list works. There we go. Okay, so then this component, we need a store equals inject projects store. It's a lot of dot slashes. That's what upsets me. Is this, seeing this makes me worried about the location of things. I know that everything can't just be relative. But maybe organizing some things, because the reason I put the project store up in shared rather than having a store at the settings level is because that store actually, that doesn't matter right now. Huh. I like talking through that and thinking about. So on my server side, I'm building the application with specific components for the things using. To your point, it's going to be like the reusable aspect of the list, etc. Is it reusable, or is it actually specific to that component? Well, the features that I'm using on the store for the administration of that aren't the same features I'd be using. If I was using projects from the planning perspective, I could have a project store here that just has the query aspects. I don't need everything else. So maybe the only thing that's shared is actually the features that I can kind of compose a store out of, because the stores themselves, yeah. That would clean it up considerably. So if I have my settings here and I have stores, right, and I have a project store PS, right, I think I call it project, right? No, I call it projects, whatever. Projects.store.ts. Export. How does I do this? I'll get used to this one. Export cons project store. So this stuff here, with request status with projects right, I don't need this store here. Because the only thing using that right this second is this form. Save, delete anyway. Okay, so this one over here now doesn't need that one. It needs that one, which has got less ... With that deeply nested import path, you could look at path aliases. Not so much for this specifically, just in general, helps to clean them up. Thank you, Mr. Anhorn. Appreciate that. I shall have a look. But the same, even with the path aliases stuff, right? The that would help clean up again further. But the point is still, unlike the full NGRX store, the SignalStore is kind of just a collection of behavior, which I can compose. Yes, these things exist at the shared level, but I can pull them together when I need them. So the planning, I could create a project store in planning, which is just the query aspect, right? I don't need to have everything else. So the one that creates and queries, etc. So with project query, right? I can still do this, but now I can create another store close to the thing I need when I need it, that doesn't have all the right functionality, and protects me from having a store that is doing all these things and using the wrong feature. So in the same vein as the server side, using the right tools at the right time. Okay, I'm going to go with that one. Let's go for a list. So I think I actually do have, talking about shared components, list view simple. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? So in here, project store. I really need to look into signals in general. They seem very composable. Yeah. The signal stuff so far is really kind of powerful that I've seen. I just don't, I don't know if I have the brain power to understand everything, but it's something that I really would want to dig deeper on. Because it seems like a lot of functionality that I'm probably leaving, on the table. Okay. So we're going to have, this is going to be a app. List view simple. That is a shared one. That's okay. As a standalone component. Right. Where does that add that into? Does that add that in there? Yeah, it does. I think items equals store dot. Yeah, we'll come back around that. We need a query first. So we do get into this realm of, okay, the services and stuff, they do need to be shared. But yeah. Get projects, observable project. So this is return this dot apollo dot query. Yeah, we could write it that way. I don't think it's done that way, but we can do it. Planning, modules, stores, services. Again, I think a lot of this just moves around. So fetch policy, this is to prevent it caching stuff. GraphQL. Absolutely. Again, I'm using this as an experiment, right? Because of the way the system's built, because of the way the things I'm doing, I can change any of these things later and have the application still function with minimal effort overall, right? GraphQL is something I've not used a lot. And where I have used it, I think I've used it incorrectly. And I might still be using it incorrectly, But for right now, it meets the need. So, but it is funny how many people have that reaction. GraphQL, like a vampire with sunlight. So I wonder, is it bad experience, or is it have used it, have got got so far and it not worked properly, or you know, because I mean it's one of those technologies that definitely does seem like it has. You can use it very wrongly, incorrectly. So yeah. Anyway, so this is a query. This is starting to irritate me. This lockup thing that's happening. So this is not a planning item list response. This is a so planning item list response, because the query that comes back is that data projects, and that is projects. Project list response. Nope. Project. Again, something feels messy there. Okay, so the query here is projects. Identifier, name, prefix. It's fine, and that is data dot projects. Unused method get projects return. What did I do here? Planning item, list response, planning item, service. Oh, I just inferred it. That's why I didn't specify it. I think I should be more explicit. Apologies if you're stuck in the ads. I do need to do something to tell me that ads are running, because I don't see it when I'm looking this way. So get projects is now wired up. So the store, the project store in here has the project's query, and this is now going to be responsible for returning that. So this is going to be, how do I do that elsewhere? Again, the amount of time with items query, with methods load all. So I load all, I patch the state, I set all the entities. Okay, so that's probably a good pattern to follow for a second with projects query. So with load all, with entities of project. So what that does, as far as I understand, is it tells the SignalStore that it's going to have this type of object. So it's like the SignalStore is, as the state of the SignalStore is kind of this moldable clay that can be whatever I want it to be at any point, right? So this with pending, this set pending isn't valid right now. Because with request status isn't there. So the now with request status says, okay, by the way, here's a SignalStore feature that you're going to have this state as well, and these are your computed properties, right? So you can kind of combine the features together. I really don't have any reference for this. I can't find anything that kind of walks me through good practices here or how to actually use these pieces. Yay, back for more active lurking. Yay. Good to have you back. Right. So I can't find any documentation that kind of doesn't, it kind of either assumes I know certain things here or it just doesn't have the documentation. And the actual documentation for SignalStore is kind of light on how to use this composability. I think it's kind of powerful, but both of these things kind of change the state and change what I can do. So it's really kind of crazy. So this set current, this ability is with what's it called? That's not with request status. It is refresh state, with state refresh state. I think with the request status, I think that is enough to, yeah, that combines that. And then I could create a method out of this one as well. And again, compose. But basically what I've done is I've, with projects query, right. So again, I'm kind of combining these things. So now that state is valid, this set current is valid because now I have this ability to set the current. And again, I've yet to learn how to really use all this stuff. So service, so I called it fetch all. So let's make sure I'm consistent there again. And the reason I call it fetch all rather than get projects is because I'm on the project service, right? So fetch all makes sense. And again, it's within the context of my tenant. So when I call load all, the patch state will happen. If the store's not current, it will load everything up. And what will happen there is when I add a new one, it will be that list won't change. Oh, the list will change because I'll add it into the store, but because the observable stuff will function. But that's the thing I'm still trying to work on is when I get a update to say the name or something like that, I need to say, okay, well, current's false, go load yourself again. Or do I just push the name in there, right? So when I get a project update, do I just say, hey, by the way, you can load now? And we'll come around on the notifications piece towards the end of the stream. So when we fetch all the projects, we set all the entities in the store. We also mark this as fulfilled, which means that we've actually completed this. So you can actually do with request status, I could actually show a loading icon or whatever based upon that status, and then it would mark it as done. And then I also set it to current, which means that this updates the status of the store to be now you're current. So then if I call back into load all, I won't actually get into this code because it's not current anymore. It's current. So now in here, do I want to do that on? On init, ng on init, let's store load all. And then I think in the view, this is going to be the hard part. Yeah, it's like entities or something like that, I think. Planning items, app, add planning item, store.entities, there you go. Item template equals display. Then we can do ng template display, and then this is going to be that. And this sets a variable called item, and that will be by default whatever's passed in here. So all I'm doing here is allowing me to create a simple list that always looks the same, but allowed to control the individual template of the items within. So it's a UL li, and I just created a component from it, mainly to practice. I could repeat this over and over again, but yeah. There you go, marketing. Profits. Settings, projects. So interestingly, no error. It works. The query is working because it's pulling it down. But why is it not getting all the entities? Because that runs like that. So let's do object. It's only one object. What am I doing wrong? So with projects query, we go and we fetch all. We set the entity to the results. So put a debugger there and make sure that there's definitely. I know what it is. I know what it is. So we have all the entities, but we only get one out. I believe somewhere I have to configure the store. I'm using this with entities thing, and with entities actually has a that's weird. Why is that working though? Oh, because I'm playing it as ID. Consistency. The with entities on the SignalStore says, okay, you've got an object and it matches it. It's got an ID and it's got data. The data doesn't matter, but it's got an ID. And you can use that to update by. I think you can set the column, the property it uses for that identifier. But what I've done here is I've just called everything ID, which is kind of contrary to what I'm doing elsewhere, in that I'm saying that there's a difference between an ID and identifier. ID is the internal ID of the record. So it's the integer, the unique integer. And then identifier is the publicly shared GUID that is able to always identify that object no matter which database it's in. So if a planning item is published and it gets stored in 3 different databases, it might have a different ID, but it has the same identifier. So I can always say that's that planning item. It's a correlating ID or a public identifier for that object. The problem is that when I'm on the client, because the system is kind of abstract, I don't need those internal IDs from my GraphQL piece. I just need identifiers, but I'm now referring to them as IDs, and that's helping with the planning items because they're ID. So the planning item itself, I have ID. So I can either change that on the server side, right? So on the server here, and we'll see it almost immediately, right? The planning item has a GUID ID. So I could change that and basically say, okay, well, this project's view model, this is ID. It's probably simpler to do that. But not as nice. So I think the reason why there's only one record showing is because they don't have an ID, so they're both 0. So the last one in wins. So let's change that to ID for consistency for now. If it's wrong, it's wrong, right? It does make me at least a little nervous because now I'm kind of joining these concepts together, and yeah. What else isn't running? There, okay. So now I should be able to go here and say ID. There we go. Okay, so that works. So we can go back to the client and we can change our model for project. Blah, blah, blah. Project ID. So that's right. The only downside was the project service. This should be ID. Because they were matching what I could have done is I could use the map to actually transform. But again, now they are consistent. If they're wrong, they're consistent in the same wrong direction. There you go. So a fresh project and marketing. Now, if I'm to add a new project, this store should change. If I add a new project here and say this is going to be called, the delivery team, right, or the delivery project, right? When I create, it gets added to the store, right? So I don't need to make a round trip to the server, right? That gets added and that has the ID. I stored that. So if I go back and forth, I should still have that, right? It's not lost. It might not be here. Well, it is, but it might not have been there already. But this isn't actually making a call to the server either. So if I go there, go here, let's see if it makes a layer out of me, right? So when I go, oh, I gotta be careful here because I can't navigate back into my, there. Go here, it doesn't make another GraphQL call, right? This doesn't make a GraphQL call. I'm not making extra calls to get the store because I'm not
automatically loading this because it's set to current. If a project was added in another browser tab by someone else, this would be invalid. What I could do is make it a notification that a new project was added, right? And then that would push a notification down to the client. And then in that instance, I wouldn't necessarily need to use this notification system. I just need to say, okay, well, I need to listen for a message coming through for projects as a category. And if I have that project, I should update it. If I don't, I should go and fetch it and add it to the store. So I could actually just query the differences into the. So instead of having this as projects like this, I could have kind of projects that accepts an identifier, and it will load that individual project up for me. I don't think I can add a query filter, can I? By default, it won't let me query filter that. Or will it? Yeah, it won't let me. I can't just do projects ID. Yeah, that won't work because there's no argument for that to be passed in. I've got to actually specify that on the server side to say, yep, by the way, you can do that. So I've got to accept that as a actual parameter. But I could do it where I get a notification on the client. Oh, by the way, this project is there. Oh, let's go load that and make sure it's in the store. So if someone wants to add a project, it would actually become available to me immediately without me actually knowing. And again, it would save the calls because then I don't have to keep calling to get projects because it's pushed that in there. The downside there is you could end up with a cache that is kind of out of date. So still trying to think about these patterns, still trying to think about how should I do this. But for right now, I have projects there. That is that part technically done, I believe. Right, because we did the other part, and now we got this list part. So again, a bit too much there, but yeah. Actually, I want to make that an explicit change, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Change identifier. So, I mean, looks like there's some more people in the stream. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, if you have any, ideas, if you have experience with GraphQL and I'm using it incorrectly, or you think that you'd like to know more, I'm always open to discussion on this. I'm always open to showing what is here. I am by no means an expert on these pieces, but I'm building what feels right, and I'm building what feels good for me right now. So, yeah. I don't need to document extensively what I did in here. Display list of projects in settings. Use list, simple list. Displayed. I think that was a good change to move the store. That was to consider the store as kind of for that component is useful. What else? Not really much else in terms of behaviors. That's all good. Then we could put, did it against development. I do not want to do that. I don't want to do that. How many commits did I make there? So it doesn't harm me to do this, right? It's not going to end my world if I commit this right now. But it is bad in terms of the practice, so I'm going to try and undo it. Because obviously I made these changes, right? And I'm worried about that one. I mean, that's essentially git reset. So what's the worst that happens? I do all that again? Yeah, well, push yet, create a new branch, then reset your local development branch to the origin. So create the branch first. Things you don't normally do. So feature. Again, I could get away with this. It's not the end of the world. Add project to settings view. I'm just trying to follow my own process. So then reset development back. So I've got that on the branch now. Reset development back to there. There we go. This will reset the current branch head to the selected commit and update the working tree in the index according to the selected mode. Files won't change, differences won't be staged. Okay, so hard, yeah. There we go. Okay. And there's our changes. Thank you, Abby. Appreciate it. It's funny, there's a guy I work with who is amazing with the ability to manage Git and does all sorts of weird things and then kind of edits and squashes and does all sorts of stuff. And it's just something I've never really got. I'm functional with my Git abilities. I can get by and I can follow roughly what I'm doing, but I don't kind of learn the intricacies. And it's probably a mistake. Let's stop running that. Okay, let's check out this branch. Okay, we have the view model, everything's there. Now let's push this branch. Get ahead of myself all the time and do that. Yeah. I was so focused on the feature that I wasn't thinking about the branching at that point. But again, that is something worth practicing. GitHub commit checks. What? Where's that come from? Where did that pop-up come from? Huh. Okay. Because all I'm going to do now is merge that into development. But again, it's the history, it's the process, it's making sure all this comes together properly. That's what I'm focused on. Okay, so checking mergeability. We have 14 files. We have the state. Planning items query feature unmodified because that got rid of that. Move that up there. The store. That might have been one of the most clutch first-time chats I've ever received. Like, just making me think through it. Like, that is very useful. That, and again, that's another reason why working with others is oftentimes beneficial. Full stack, how are you doing? Whoa, I didn't see the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. I looked up, I'm like, 20, what? Appreciate it, thank you. How was the stream? I have a prompter up there, but it doesn't give me the chat information, so I didn't see the raid on the prompter. So beneficial indeed. Hope you well. I'm getting there. The voice is, as you may be able to hear, is after 6 weeks still a bit on the crackly side, but I'm getting there. What were you working on stream today? I'm just doing a quick review of this. How to phone viewers turn the office hour into an office 2 hour. Oh, nice. So lots of good questions then, I hope. I'm on a long day off stream. So we're at 4 hours right now. We had the state, we had the query, the load all, we have the map, we have the query itself there, the response, the ID. Okay. Lots of great questions and silly question, which is almost better. Wouldn't be chat if there wasn't some silliness in there. So we create the pull request. Again, check out development here. So, although Abby just walked me through that, doing that process, right? And I'm about to completely go back to how I had it. At least there's a commit history for it. And yeah. What's not allowed? Silly questions or fun or approving your own pull requests? Well, oh look, I just did. Expanded Cuba, how you doing? I'm actually awake to watch your stream. Nice, nice. I appreciate it. Delete the branch. Well, if I don't approve my own pull requests, then this project's going to go really slowly. So let's update development. Pull down those changes. Chat should review the PRs. Yeah. I've got a feeling that Deflux had never let most of it out of peer review. Delete the branch, and there we go. Everything should work. So, what do we just do? So I will start the project up. So this is my Agile project management platform. And, after years of being a developer, working on different systems, working with different tooling, I have my own opinions about how software, not necessarily software should be developed, but how the process of gathering requirements and getting information and making sure developers have the things they need to do the jobs properly are there. And one of the things is I want to develop something that is basically management friendly, developer friendly, and just gets out of the way. I don't want to have a tool that is so focused on the developer being able to track everything. So I'm kind of focusing on the aspect of focusing on notifications, on visibility. And the piece I'm working on, I'm focusing on the first time. Sorry. Congestion again. The piece I'm focusing on right now is the planning item. So planning is in between, and I can kind of show a diagram of the system roughly as it stands right this second. Right. So planning is the bit in between. Like ticketing is collecting data from the customers, is collecting problems and issues from the customers. Stories are kind of, here's the thing that we need to work on. I'll be off on my journey, lest my behind shall fuse to the chair. Toodles. Full stack, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much for coming in and saying hi. Appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day and have a great weekend. And take care. So I'm focusing on the planning aspect. So planning is very much focused on the management aspect. It's not meant to be a developer focused component. It's meant to be a planning tool to get people to think about what they need to do and generate those requirements and pull that information out so that by the time it becomes a story, it's more thought out. And the idea here is that you'll be able to go in, add a new item, assign it to someone, set a review date. A review date is a date that cannot be null. It has to be set. And a review date will trigger alerts and warnings and notifications based upon personal configuration. Anybody can subscribe. Anyone can subscribe to an item, and they will be able to subscribe in many ways. Email, push notifications, all sorts of other stuff. So this is aimed at trying to make sure that product team is actually figuring out what's needed. So right now, just requirements, but obviously there's going to be things like notes and attachments and other things in here that will work. I'm still working very hard for justice. I'm kind of seeing the conversation. I'm just not engaging it too much, but I'm still working very hard for justice at Cetacor, and I appreciate everyone's support. I will vote against you again, Deflux. That's unexpected. That makes me very sad. I thought I was in a safe place. I have TBD on my side. I'm not worried. A vote for Deflux with a sword is a vote for a derailed stream. So anyway, planning items you can add new requirements to, and you can add new planning items. What I've just been working on today is this projects. So there's no organization right now. So planning, I need to kind of start to work towards organizing. And obviously the first thing is projects, right? So projects, sometimes in different companies, they'll align to teams. Sometimes they'll align to actual products. Sometimes they'll align to sub-products, but it's an organizational grouping of things, right? So projects is the label I've put on right now. As this project evolves, that may change, right? The terminology may change, the wording may change. And a project is not necessarily a team. So teams might be a concept as well. Initiatives are grouping of planning items. So initiatives might be many planning items across many projects, etc. So what I'm working towards here is actually, I want to start displaying more information down the right-hand side. And the project is kind of the grouping and labeling that I wanted to get in place before I did that. So that is where we are at right this second. And as always, if there's any questions, thoughts, opinions on this, you're more than welcome to join in and share those things. Even if it does, no posting in here. Please do not need to take this even further. There we go. Okay. I'm sure Seto's stream will be fun tomorrow. Okay. So what is where is the status of this now? It did nothing. So most of this feature is kind of in place at this point. Right. So as a tenant administrator, which again, the roles are not fully established in the application. You cannot create a project as a non-tenant administrator right now. That is in place, but the view, the UI is not set up in such a way that you can actually manage that either. So it's not, the UI is not limiting based upon roles at this point. So what have I got done? So we can add a project. We have a UI for the project. We publish integration events. So again, the way the system works is it is very distributed. So when I add a project in here, it goes into tenant management. So a project is kind of a concept that will go across all the layers, all the components. I'm not going to say this is a microservice architecture. It certainly isn't. It is a kind of mini monolith in terms of these are components of my system that kind of have one or many services themselves. So planning, tickets, view. The view is a GraphQL API right now, and it is its own database, its own backing, and Kafka is being used for these integrations. So this data flows through, goes into, right now, when you go and create a new project, it gets routed to the tenant management component through the API gateway. It creates the project in there, saves it in its local store, publishes the project to Kafka as an integration event, and then that gets stored in GraphQL, and then that is readable from the client. The only other piece I could do here is, and I think it's not worthwhile doing because it's not really a use case that I want to cover, is kind of notifying when a new project is created. If I'm going to go that path, then I'm not sure that the existing query that I have set up for subscription is really the right thing. Right now, this is the way this is configured is the subscriptions kind of say, okay, if the target user is the current user that's subscribed, so in the case of projects, that's not really what I want to use. So I might actually flex more SignalStore for that sort of stuff, where SignalStore says, okay, by the way, this thing happened in the back end, right? So a project was added, a project was updated, right? So flex more SignalStore stuff there so that consumers can kind of pick it up and subscribe to those things independently. GraphQL subscription, I'm thinking, is more useful for targeted data send. But yeah, that's that. So what's next? So this is done, right? That's a configuration item. So the next piece is a little bit more involved again. Again, with the way the system's built, some of these things they might seem very simple, but they're actually a little bit more complicated than that. So the benefits do outweigh the gains. The benefits do outweigh the pain, I suppose, is the right word. And I've got to kind of review this to see what because I'm using it right now to track even the little random things. Kind of did that one. No matter what I do, I can't get Python to work on my computer. The issue. Like it just won't run, or it randomly start working yesterday no matter how I download it or anything. Windows says this app can't run on your PC. Huh. Like the security box pop-up style. Ooh. For a command like Python version, it says that, and yeah, it's the pop-up thing. So if you run a command prompt with admin, does that still happen? Huh. I'm not sure. F. Busheris has been doing a GraphQL stream as well. Huh. Interesting. Oh man. So many different things to do. The daunting realization that there is all these little things that seem minuscule but have massive ramifications. So I don't know how to help with that expanded. Don't even know what to suggest. I've not really run Python in a long time. Is it installed? Nope. That's interesting that you'd start that though. Windows. Interesting indeed. I want to switch back to Linux, but there isn't a version of a Wi-Fi driver for Linux. Ooh. Let's try to get a USB thing. I actually have on my desk, just in case I have a USB Wi-Fi antenna. Just so I always have access to Wi-Fi and that works with Linux, because I'll use it on Raspberry Pis. Okay. Gotcha. So what I'm trying to consider here is what do I do now, right? What do I do with where do I head? Ultimately, what should happen is when I assign a project to a planning item. My cat's trying to chew on the antennas. Cats. It's all right. My dogs like paper towel. If they see it, they'll run for it and they will eat it. It's annoying. So what should happen is when I create a new project, I should be able to assign a planning item. Not planning item. When I create a new planning item, I should be able to assign a project. That's a simple thing to do. What should happen though is this should get a unique identifier. So I don't know if you've seen other projects, that prefix thing, by the way. So if I assign a fresh project to a planning item, then the planning item gets an identifier of FP001, say, or FP-1. That will help in the grouping. That will help in all sorts. It does make me think, what happens if you switch a project? Can you switch a project if you've added it to a project? That might be something worth thinking about. But either way, just doing that is going to be a challenge because the sequencing, that's what I've got to kind of work out now, right? So when I go and assign something, this is going to be kind of a distributed action, right? Where I save the thing, I publish an event that says it has been handled. So in the case of the application code here, so when I go and create a new planning item, I'm going to say, okay, I've added a new planning item. I'm then going to need to oh goodness me. Who owns the sequence? Who owns? This is going to be challenging, and this is where distributed systems get messy, because if I make a poor choice, then I'm going to end up with arrows going all over the place. If I make a good choice, it could be clean, but it might not be very easy to understand how it happened. Like, there's going to be some magic in here, right? So if I subscribe to the planning created and I have a gather sequence or whatever, right? So the planning item will get created all the time. I don't want to lose that fact. It doesn't matter if it has a unique identifier attached to it. The planning item should be created. Does the planning component keep track of the sequence? That is error prone, right? Do I have an API? Well, if I have an API, I've got a point of failure, right? Huh. You offline? No, okay. Oh. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking about how this works. So, tenant management owns the project. So, in theory, tenant management owns the sequence. When a planning item is added, I need to say, hey, a planning item is added. I need a sequence number, right? If I make an API, that is a point of failure. So, I get into a world where I kind of need a service bus call to say, hey, planning tenant, can you give me a number, please? Because Kafka seems too distributed. If that service bus call doesn't happen, it should still happen when the services come back up. If I put an API in there, retry is the only thing I could really do, and that kind of creates a constant problem, because if my planning service goes down now, then that never happened. It is a command. It's a get me a sequence number, right? It's not a hey, I need a sequence. Who wants to provide it? It's not a broadcast event. I know who I'm asking for it because I know who owns it. There's no shame in knowing that, I don't think. Breaking the sequences out as a separate component seems weak and unnecessary at this point. So I have to look into. I've got mass transit and I've got RabbitMQ installed as well. So many different technologies at play here. Huh. Okay. So I got some things to tinker with, some things to learn. If I can't, there's no way I'm going to get this done on a stream today because that's a lot of work. I think that's a key component. Sign a project to a new planning item is possible, but again, we have. Can you explain why a sequencing component would be weak? It would allow other types to also have their own sequencing as well, correct? It would be weak at this point because it would just be standalone for the purpose of projects right now, where projects is owned by tenant management right now. If there are other things that kind of create sequences that come down, then I can evaluate why. Right. So it's not so much is outright weak. It's more, do I want to put that in now? I'm not scared to refactor this, right? It's not, I shouldn't be afraid to refactor this. So right now, if this sends a command, get me a sequence, and it happens to go to tenant management right now, that's okay. Later on, if I find that should be broken out, I should make that step to do that breakout. Because weak was probably the bad choice of word, but weak in this sense meant I've only got one use case. So breaking out an entire component with all libraries, all data store, etc., starts to be difficult. projects might move out of tenant management eventually, but the projects live at the tenant kind of level, so it makes sense here right this second. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Overkill will be another word. Yeah. Thank you, Online. Yeah. It would be overkill to break it out into its own piece. So to get this is where this becomes but you've been on long enough for me to have my stand up. Oh, nice. I'm trying not to waffle too much. I know the problem is that I'm now at a point where I need to do planning again. I've done a lot of things that I wanted to do, so this stream has been fantastic for that. But in the same, I can't. Anything I pick up now is too big, and I do need to finish soon. If you finish before I do, have a great rest of your day. Otherwise, be back in a bit. Thank you very much, Online. I'll see you in a bit. You're streaming in a bit. I hope. It's community day. If you haven't been there before, Online does again a lot of .NET stuff. Working on a financial management project, large scale projects with a lot of moving pieces. Blazor expert, and also on Fridays is a community day, so lots of good chat and discussion available. A lot of smart people joining to Online stream, so definitely worth checking out. My apologies if you're behind an ad. So to assign a project to a planning item, well, the easy part is the drop down, right? The easy part is definitely the drop down. I have the query, I have the ability to add the store in there, I can add a component for the drop down, that all works fine. And it must be selected. So if I go to here, and to here, the project as a planning, as a drop down is perfectly easy. What does it mean on the server side? So on the server side, I don't have the concept of projects, right? So there is no attached project ID here. One of the mental blocks I'm trying to get over, and I'm kind of reconsidering every day with this, is I don't actually need to validate associated data. I don't need a copy of data in individual stores. So let me explain that a bit. When I publish a project, project goes to view. When I assign a project to a planning item, I have a GUID. Planning doesn't need to know, potentially, that project is valid because it's got an identifier for it. If I don't create an instance of project inside of planning and assume that my client, and again, this is kind of free-flowing thought as far as the validation, like everything I'm kind of thinking through. If I assume that my client is good and valid, then as long as I've got a GUID for the project ID, planning doesn't necessarily need to have projects at all. It doesn't need to care about it. It just needs to have a field called project identifier, right? And that is just an assigned value on the planning item that says this is the project that this planning item is assigned to. When it publishes, that information goes with it. The view combines that information. Now, the challenge there is if for some reason the planning item was hijacked and I added random GUID in there, right? It's not actually a valid project ID. Planning will happily publish that information because it does not validate that project identifier. The view will pick it up, and because of eventual consistency, the view side of things will create a record for that project. So now that project essentially exists for the application stack. It will never get updated because nothing's ever coming for that identifier. So there is a downside to doing it that way. But do I need to do it? Do I need to have copy projects in here to validate that? Well, again, from a data integrity perspective, if that project doesn't exist, is there a world in which a planning item could have a project selected that hasn't actually hit planning yet? Right? Because then again, I've got the same eventual consistency problem, right? Because again, I've got to trust that it is there or it's coming afterwards. So it doesn't matter whether I do it here or here. I've got to trust it somewhere. I can't reject this if the project doesn't exist. Although if the project doesn't exist by the time the planning item gets here, can I put that down to eventual consistency, or do I assume it's malice, right? Malice, right word? Yes, malicious. It's a malicious request. So this is the dilemma of doing the data the way I'm doing it, right? I'm in a point where could this be bad? Big Gamey, happy Friday. How are you doing? Welcome. Oh, Friday. Absolutely. Although the day is flying by, which is got so many things I want to do today. Stream's going well. I've a lot of productivity. I've got a lot of things working. Kind of talking through some of the next steps here. So been working on today adding new projects to the system. So when I add a project, I can say this is customer support, CS, and it will add that into customer support. And then the idea is that eventually I'll be able to assign a planning item to a project and be able to filter the items down there. What I'm talking about right now is data validation, essentially. Like if I want to assign the project to the planning item, the planning component doesn't necessarily need to know about the project if all I've got is a project identifier. So these are the challenges. If I don't have the need to validate, then literally I add a extra field here. So this would be public GUID project identifier, right? I pass it through to here into the planning item, and I save it there. That's it. And obviously change the database schema. So now that's done, and then I change I change this piece to publish the project identifier, and that's done. But if the project hasn't made it here yet because the consumer for the planning system is down, is it? I don't want to reject it because the project doesn't exist necessarily, because it might come there later. The other option is always trust it, always let it through, because again, it shouldn't be prevented from adding the planning item because the planning item is still valid, even if it's for an invalid project. It would create it on this side, but then some extra level of validation later on here would need to run and kind of remove the planning item and publish events to kind of keep the system in check. But that would be impossible if I have to have a planning item, a project attached to a planning. Oh. So again, all I'm trying to do is make sure that I'm validating my decisions here, right? If I make a decision, I make a decision. If it's right or wrong, it doesn't really matter. All I've got to do is make sure that I understand why I made that decision and how it applies to my system and what impacts there are. If you understand the consequences of what you're doing, you can document the consequences, right? You can say, oh, well, by the way, if this actually does occur, which we don't believe can, then, this is the impact it would have. So the reality is, if I'm listing a project on this screen down here and selecting it, it doesn't matter if I validate that it's here because it exists. I've pulled it from the GraphQL database, right? From the view side of things, right? It is a downside to having everything stored in its own data stores because now I have to decide who knows about what and who cares about what, right? But I shouldn't really be consuming projects into planning because planning doesn't care about projects. It's not a concern of the right side of this service, right? The production, the view side of things is what cares about whether the project and the planning item meld together. So should it fail? No. So realistically, it's okay to say planning doesn't need to know about projects. It just needs to know that it's got a project identifier attached to it and it will go through. The worst that would happen is, for whatever reason, then the view has not received that project, but it can't have not received the project because the client showed it. So yeah, it's kind of like, again, understanding these scenarios, as long as I'm making a decision, it's fine. So let's do that one. So we're going to pick up and start this one. I don't think I'll finish it this stream, but it is something that I can work on. Feature T70. Assign project to planning item. So again, project identifier. Now, I'm not differentiating in this story right this second that it is view versus server versus API, but this is API. So when we post it, we post the project identifier, and now we need to change this, so the tests have to change. And I'm going to have to finish up soon because I skipped breakfast for this. So a 5-hour stream is good, but at some point I need to eat. So this is the moment I add this extra field, it's going to break all of this. So I'm going to just do it, and yeah. So GUID project identifier. And again, for those who haven't been in the stream before, I know that identifier and ID are the same thing, but I differentiate between a unique ID on a table, like an index ID, like a primary key ID, versus an identifier. An identifier is a publicly shared piece in my system. So if you see ID, I mean kind of integer ID, but if you see identifier, it's a shared thing. Eating is so overrated. Yeah, but I also have a karate sparring class tonight, and so I kind of want to make sure I've got something regarding energy in my system. So, okay, so that's going to break all these. That's fine. It's going to break the API. We're going to say request, but project identifier is there, so that's fixed. We're going to need to say private read-only GUID. That's exactly how I explain the difference between the two as well. Nice. Yeah. I don't like the idea of using the GUIDs as primary key columns. I know I could, but I like kind of having an integer ID and then having the identifier generated when I create the record, and then that is a shared identifier across the system. That goes there. So in the interest of time, oh, you shouldn't be static. Oh, whatever. Mimic what's there. Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm going to make these changes pretty quickly. But yeah. So these will still pass potentially, right? Because I'm not doing anything specific with them. Result in this case is the captured injected record. More performant indexing doing it that way as well, among other benefits. That's my belief, and I've seen some people say that that's not necessarily the case these days, but I can't see how it's not. So I stay with an integer ID, and I attach an identifier, and that identifier is what I publish around the system. Item created, the marine event is queued. Fact, project identifier is set. Cert dot equal expected result dot and I think even on this one that's true. That's because planning item doesn't have that yet. This is going to be a challenge because I'm going to have to wipe everything out. Or do I allow nullable here? No, a planning item has to be assigned to a project. It can't just be wandering out there doing nothing. That's too wishy-washy. No, a planning item has to have. This is going to look very alien. From a model perspective. Do not worry. I will explain it if need be, but for right this second, I want to make this an explicit action because I do want to publish this, because if I change the project or the planning item, that has knock-on effects. Although, no, I said I wouldn't do that, didn't I? I said I don't want to allow that. Planning item. But from a use case perspective, it definitely feels valid that you would want to change it. But because again, if I'm working on something and I say, oh well, actually this is actually more this team or this project. No, I don't need the event right this second. I'm going to do it this way just to make it readable. Yeah. So add planning item here. Do that, and then planning item assigned to project. Command dot project identifier. Right. See if they run. Yeah. Not perfect, but again, it's able to be flexed later. So we have the planning item, and then we assign it to the project. If I leave that there, you could potentially now update the planning item, which right now you can't do anyway, and change the project out. But again, we haven't even got to the update case for most of these. So the infrastructure here doesn't change. The domain changes because the entity planning item gets the project identifier, and then the script for that needs to have. So planning item gets project identifier not null. Actually, I'm going to put that up there as kind of a primary concern of the project, of the planning item. And now, drop tickets, DBO tables. Planning items. I'm going to have to recreate them anyway, so I'm going to lose all that information. Requirements, truncate that. Knowledge in the system is the only reason I'm doing this. Normally what I do is, when I go to make a larger change, I'll drop all the databases and run all the scripts and make sure that everything's good from scratch again. But I don't want to do the whole login thing. I don't have enough time for that today. So we go here. Oh, Control Shift Q on this one. That would have broken the system because I've said that project identifier can't be null. That update wouldn't have worked because those have to be nulled out, right? So So that's that. So now that would save the project identifier. Attach project identifier to planning item. Let's be set. Data table create. Okay, that's that. And okay, so we got that one. So I believe that will work fine. On the other side, on the view side, planning items will also need that. This, however, will need a project ID. Right. That will be that. So planning items. View. So many moving parts. And the instinct here is to do this as quickly as possible, right? When you've got a lot of things to do, try and get there as quickly as possible is going to be harder. And the bigger this project gets, the bigger this all gets, is going to be much, much harder. It's, again, 33 core projects right now, building up the application, not including the front end project, not including the shared pieces and the messaging libraries, right? So 47 total projects, and it's going to get bigger. So, understanding the full stack is going to get harder and harder and harder, and missing pieces is going to be even easier. So where I can update tests, I should update tests. Where I can make sure documentation is applied, I should apply documentation. And be consistent with my patterns will make it easier to follow through. Oh, we're missing it here. If I'm inconsistent with my patterns and my naming, the project's just going to get a heck of a lot harder. So I've added it into planning items. So planning technically now has the ability to capture it. The problem is the view doesn't know how to process that either, because now the view doesn't get that. The integration event itself is not going to publish that. So we need to go to messaging, events, integration, planning item. And we need to add on here, public GUID project identifier. And again, it's that public GUID. It's not an internal ID here. It's shared. So we need that integration event. And then in planning items application, when we create the planning item, we get an integration event, and we need to add that in here now. So project identify equals planning item dot project identifier. All right, so that pulls it from the database. So that, again, there's data object roles. So now, as the project, if I was to release this project today, everything I do from then on has a massive impact, right? Because every time I change the shape of a message, right, now my integration can't integrate older messages. So at some point in the future, I'm going to have to consider what schema and figure out how to deal with that. The reason you might want to do that is because obviously if the system is turned off or it's broken or whatever, or it's not enabled, there was a bunch of messages waiting for it, you don't want that system to be replaced and then come up and say, oh, well, now I don't know how to process these messages. So that's going to be a lesson I'm going to have to learn more about. done it in the past. There are solutions. One way of doing it is when you migrate a new system is to actually create the scripts and the tools to export the data it needs from the systems it needs and re-import it fresh, right? So supporting data is always transient. I'll say. I don't mean transient though, because there's data that your system owns. It's a source of truth for, and data it doesn't. So planning items owns planning item, or planning owns planning items. It does not own users or whatever. So yeah, supporting data. And actually, the more I go down this path, this becomes a little easier because I think Vue is the only one that would be affected by massive changes there. Because as I think through this, right now, and maybe this is a dawning realization moment. Maybe this is oh yeah, each one of these stores data it cares about. If I don't care about any other system's data to do my job, and I'm just storing my data, the only system that cares about the current state of the overall system is the view part and the search, etc. Right? So you got to rebuild everything. But if you could create tooling to export all the integration events, or just export a snapshot of the objects and create the ETL, I suppose, then when you do a system migration, you essentially just need to scrap your what's the right word? Scrap your again, I go with the word transient. You scrap your transient data and rebuild it all, right? Which could get kind of expensive and tricky, but it doesn't mean that you can't get out of sync, because then the system is, hey, produce this snapshot. But again, you're not going to update every single component every time. So if you replace the ticketing system because the ticketing system's got some new updates, you could produce all the new data and then re-import all the new data on the Vue side. So options. And you shouldn't have to worry about independent, because these systems are independent of each other, right? They don't even need to care. Little fly, go away. Wherever you came from. So 12 o'clock. Almost time. Wow. Seems someone went live because nice. So planning item has project identifier. Now the challenge is the Vue application needs to for a planning item, and this is a little heavier now, right? I now need to do something similar to acquire user, acquire tenants. The acquire thing is, again, I can't guarantee that data is going to hit me before or after this message. Because of, that independent deployability comes with it, eventual consistency. Queues could be behind, queues could be processing, all manner of things could be happening. An error could occur that I need to trace down. And I'm like, oh, well, this is out of sync. Well, I shouldn't break other data because of that. So this pattern, I'll say, this acquire thing is basically a go and fill in the basic information that you have, which is right now all I have is the identifier, but make sure that record's there. So we have tracing of it. And now when we have because this is the view perspective, don't forget, when we have that extra data, it'll populate itself and we'll be fine, but the system is intact. The data integrity is unaffected. So this acquire is challenging. So again, we'll go acquire project. and it's really a rinse and repeat. And this has a semaphore on it, because if two, and I did hit this, if two requests for projects come in and they're processed, or because you can request a user or a tenant from different things. So planning items, projects, all things can have different requests. If they hit and get processed in parallel, they can't go and request for the same GUID, the identifier. They have to wait behind each other, because one could create it, the next one could then get the ID. But if they both get it at the same time, they'll both create it. You end up with duplicates. So I need to, I suppose, patternize as such this component. So this is a project. Then this is the difference. So project by, again, specifications, project by identifier, spec. This seems odd. Specification is a project, and it's I single result specification project, because you only need one of them, but that interface has to be there. CTOR is GUID, project identifier, query.where, Q goes to Q.identifier equals project identifier. So we're going to do that, and then here, this is project by identifier spec. And that is command is here. That's project identifier. New project. So this will create a dummy project record, or a placeholder project record for that identifier. So I have an ID. So now I can actually always get that same ID. So anything else that comes in for that project, while that project isn't valid still, it will still get the same ID. So even if all the data is wrong in the end, all the data will be associated with the wrong ID. But it'll all be associated with the same ID, not different IDs every time. And again, this is a view concern, because it's going to join on that table to get that data. I can't not have that data here. So it's not like it's good enough to just store the GUID on the actual record itself. I could do, but this at least means the system is kind of building its integrity. So now here we need a var project ID equals await sender.send new acquire project dot command dot project. This one needs a project identifier as well. And then on our planning item here, this planning item gets a public int project ID. Right now, I'm not worrying about the change. I can come back around on that afterwards. Once I start building out the UI, start thinking about the features, start kind of trialing the system, and we're getting to the point where soon I'll be able to actually use this to build the system, right? So I'll be able to use a version of this stored to actually track the changes I'm going to add into this system. So once we get into using it, some of these things will show themselves up, and I can fix them then. If I start diverting to every little thing where I'm like, oh, well, that needs to do that, and that needs to do that, I'm going to go all over the place and make a mess. So here we go, planning item receiver. This now needs to be event dot. Not want to help me with that one. right? So that's the project identifier. And again, probably going to be some tests broken somewhere. Expected project identifier. Again, that's going to be there. I'm just going to make the modification to make those calls. And then we'll come back around and see if how the tests fail, if they do. They may not fail because the rest of the calls are still intact. Ooh. So that happened, and here's why. I didn't tell it could get that. Private read-only int expected project ID equals 20,302. Again, standing out from other numbers. Sender .send arg is wants to do it. Go for it. Returns. No. I think that's the one I was just in. Yeah. When assign user note so these are going to be the same thing, right? I need to make a similar change to these. And we're going to do so there we go, all green. So when we pass in the project identifier now, it will actually go and pull that project ID and it will use that project ID is the assumption. I haven't verified it because now x.project ID equals expected project ID, right? So that's what I should get. Again, making sure that it's doing the right thing. Not that I expect it to fail now, but it's more just backing it up, because if I forget that, it's easy to forget, and I'll never find that until there's a bug with it. And they'll be like, oh, wow, which idiot did that? So there is some need there. So in here we have the attach project ID to entity view. So again, now we have all the pieces for the view to deal with it. So the next piece would actually be just to do the drop down on the client, which I'm not entirely confident I can get done quickly. Right. So again, like I said before, projects.store ts. The project store here is not the same project store as over in the other one, even though I'm about to copy and paste a bit. This doesn't mean write. Right. So this is where it's going to get a little bit confusing, because if I include the wrong one, I've got most of the same functionality, but not all the same functionality. So yeah. Services. So now we have a project store that will query data. Our view, our planning item, our form, our planning item. We need to do another store in here, which is going to get messy. Read-only project store equals inject. And I'm hoping at some point I can get someone like Exocamil to kind of review this for me, like how to use these stores properly. This seems a little bit clunky, but maybe not. Maybe it's not. And again, div app combo box selected. Is I'm not going to worry about sorted or anything right now. Display name field, ID field name, label, project, form control, project. Public project form control equals new form control project pipe null. Project this dot project, and then add planning item here. So let's run it up and see if we even get the drop down. If we do, then awesome. So we go to planning items. There's a new settings, projects. What? Did I wipe out projects as well? No. But what I didn't do is update this table. No, not that one. Planning items, view, planning items. Yeah. Planning items is intact again. Planning, view item. Gotta put a click on that. So there is projects. And we know projects works. Console. Yeah, that ain't good. So let's log out and try go back in again. So we sign in. Yep, I'll do. You think I know this password by now? It's planning, new item. Oh. Burp. I think the food need is taking over at this point. So go here, projects, go to planning. There we go. That looks healthier. So again, these forms are not very friendly. They're not useful. I think the overall style I really want to change for something a little bit more readable. So this add planning item on the store. Stores here, planning item store. Planning items right. Add planning item. Goes to the planning item service. It calls add planning item. And then this does project identifier, planning item project. So planning item has a project, which is that starts to get even messier because we've got more requirements there. So that should allow me to add that in there. What are you complaining? You're not complaining. Okay, so when we go to add planning item, we pass in the assigned user. We pass in the project. The reason I'm doing that is because the project as well is I can attach that data afterwards. So assigned user is an object on a planning item. And hi Temtic, how you doing? The problem right now is that the data is kind of two-way. I'm using the same objects for sending up to the server as I'm sending to use around the screen. So wow, I was good until 5 seconds ago when that cough took over. Oh, my coffee's very cold. I got an iced coffee and a coffee before, so it's my daily coffee now. I'm hydrated. There's coffee. The water bottle's empty. I'll get that afterwards. Although my iced coffee is mostly ice at this point. I'm just trying to get this like over the hump. So I go into planning items, I go into new item, I assign a project to the planning item, I'll create a planning item and send that up to the server. Let's see how that functions, shall we? So we should see it appear here with a project identifier. It's a new planning item. So this is going to be attach sequence to water. Drink water. Attach sequence to new planning item for given project. So the project should decide the unique
identifier.
So this text field is going to be a lot bigger. This is meant to be descriptive. This is meant to be a summary title. The requirements themselves will add more depth to the planning item. That is the goal. This is not meant to be one line, fix it. But again, I'm trying to build out the functionality before I worry about the refinement of the use cases. Because some of it, the use case is going to change as I start to use it. The project should decide the unique identifier for the given planning item once the item has been saved. It is acceptable for the planning item to not visually have identifier immediately after saving. That might change, because if I make it API based and make it a part of the saving of the planning item, it has to store its sequence. That will be a challenge. But things like Jira and stuff, they don't have that same item, or that same project doesn't have, like, the item type is a branding of the thing. I'm actually having, sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. Decided it was best to go BRB. Anyway, the project systems like Jira, what they do is they you say, okay, I want to create a new item, and that item's a story, a task, a spike, etc. The project is attached to it at that point, and so the identifier is able to, they're using the same data store for that identifier, so it's only one call. If you create a planning item for a project, and that's, NP001 or NP1, it'll actually be 1. I won't be padding because that suggests a pattern. Then I create a story for the same project. That should get NP2, right? So the planning items and the stories don't get the same identifier, the same sequence numbers or duplicate sequence numbers. They get their globally unique sequence number. So it's a bit of a deviation in the way I'm doing this that's going to make that a little bit of a harder challenge to do. If planning items created their own sequences for their projects, right, and then the project just needs to know the prefix, that would be okay. But my goal is you'll be able to look up NP1. Oh, that's a planning item. NP2. Oh, that's a story, right? So from the user's searching perspective, it doesn't really matter. They have the identifier, they can find the thing. If I do NP1 exists in planning and NP2 and NP1 exists in stories, then you have to know which system it was created in to find it. So pros and cons, but that's what I'm going to go with. It would be relatively quick. It's not like you won't be able to find the thing, right? But the planning item identifier should be accessible pretty quickly. So I'm going to say by Sunday, Jane Smythe is going to do that, and that's going to be for the fresh project. Okay, so when I create here, didn't work, it errored. Cannot insert the value null. So did it send a null is question number 1. Payload, project identifier. It did not send null. So let's go put a breakpoint on there. Planning items, endpoints, planning items, post. I'm going to time this perfectly because one line is going to go live and I'm about to read over the one line. But first things first. So I call this project identifier. Did I call that project identifier in the request? And I think I did. Yes. So project identifier is in my parameters. So let's go try and create a new project. I typed an awful lot of stuff there for something that I really didn't know was going to work. That was just pure cockiness on my side, I suppose. Arrogance? Maybe. Does this work? 04, 22, 2024. Doesn't reset, that's a problem. Okay, so what do we get in our request? Our request got why? Project identifier. Got everything else. Okay. We test once more. Run that up and test that. Go here and then our project identifier will be that. Our bearer token we will get in a second. Token copy value. Okay. Okay, so did we get our request? Worked fine. Can it set the value no into the project? Okay, so that got a thing, but then it didn't try and insert it. So add planning item, assign to project. And that's predicted. Oh. Okay, so I'm not going to go too deep into it right now, but the problem was there that I didn't tell it how to get the planning item, the project identifier, right? So what this allows me to do, this method of doing this, is protect those properties, so that if you were to come into this code, right? Let's say I allow other people to use this code, right? Or I ask people to help me with the development of this code. If they go in to change an object, and there should be an event that happens. If they just see, oh, I need to update that field, so they go in and they update that field just by pulling the object out of the repository, changing the value on the property, and saving the value back. Great, that works. However, if an event should have fired to tell the system, hey, this needs to change, because the project identifier is something that I probably want to protect eventually, right? And make it so that if it does change, it triggers everything else. Because again, that sequence number is going to matter, right? If I change the project, then the identifier for this thing changes. And there's other consequences, right? There's auditing. There's all sorts of other things that could happen. So this is a way of protecting these fields from just random changes. So when I go in here and I post in there, right, I have to have explicit methods or explicit ways. I can't just go, oh, well, I want to change the, the project. Right. That's invalid because I can't, there's no set on it at all. So it looks messy, but it does allow me to better control the data flow. It does allow me to make sure that the application is maintained, and if someone else was to come onto the project, that they are not going to struggle unnecessarily. Like, why is this not happening, right? Because again, the side effects are potentially damaging to the overall system. So let's run that once more. We'll verify that one gets added, and then we'll hopefully move on. So we'll send this one first. We do have a project identifier, and there we go. So we do have now a planning item. There's a project identifier. Awesome. Now let's see from this side. Can we do this? Persist notifications. This is a requirement. 04/2022, 2024. Jane Smythe. Fresh project. Create. And we got it. So now, there we go. There's our planning item. If I refresh, the other one will be there, by the way. That showed me that so when it appears in there, it means that it got added to the store, which means that it did a successful round trip and got the identifier back to insert it to the store. If that doesn't appear immediately, I know that something's wrong because it's not inserted into the store. So we have two planning items with a project, but that project is now not very visible. So as always, if you have questions, thoughts, opinions upon what I'm doing on the stream, the coding I'm doing, you want to know a little bit more, you're more than welcome to ask. You're more than welcome to ask for specifics. This code is not open source, primarily because I do want to make this a product, but also it is so big of a code base that it is not a friendly open source project. It is not something that you just want to pick up and work with. Down the line, maybe it is something I say, hey, by the way, here's a full system of planning and ticketing and all sorts of stuff, and it could be used, but it is a challenge even for me to navigate. So the open sourcing of this is just not something I'm willing to do openly. But it isn't something I'm scared of talking about. And I do, if there's pieces of the application you see that you feel would be a useful thing, a useful library, a useful tool, I'm always open to open sourcing extra pieces. So there are parts around this, like the messaging, the Kafka components, the Saga components around the notifications. All those pieces are open source, and they're available on my GitHub. So yeah. Okay, so if we wanted to make one more improvement here, it would be to prove that the project is attached, right? So the view side of things, and we did this this was about an hour of work. The time is flying by. Did not intend to be almost a 6-hour stream. But I've been having fun. This is what I love doing. So project by tenant here. The only thing we could do here is now say, okay, well, we also need the public string, or we could do project view model. No, not on that one. We want to do on the planning item. So public project view model project. We'll make that nullable because we might not want it. And this is, again, this is the downside to they're consumers, not views, models, specifications. Planning item is a planning item, query-based spec. So here we do include queue goes to queue.project. So again, planning item now needs project attached to it. Public virtual project. And then project equals p dot. This is where mapping or something like automapper is probably where I want to be looking eventually, but and actually I don't need that. Don't need prefix. Okay, anyway, it's quite a select. It is. Again, this is all going to GraphQL, so it's kind of a dumb select. Right, so get planning items again. I can go here and say now project name, fresh project, right? So that's the benefit there. On the client side here now, planning items service. That's fetch all. Still got some questions over what I'm using here, probably. But yeah, project name there. So now with that in place, models, planning item has a project, right? So essentially, unless I am wrong, we should be able to do item.project. There you go. Sometimes it's like I almost know what I'm trying to do. So the project is now available to the planning item, so we can see that on the. I mean, that's just a display. But ultimately, what's going to happen next is a select is going to be available here, and you're able to say, okay, I want to see all planning items for fresh project. I want to see all planning items for new requirements. 04, 2024, assign user Jane Smythe, and project is going to be the delivery project. So we're going to create that as a delivery project, right? So, and that's there because I've assigned the project rather than just assigning the ID from the UI perspective, I assign the actual project, and then that goes in there. And that's telling me that got there already. So this notification happens when it's gone the full round trip and push the notification to the client. Oh, by the way, this planning item got updated. So now I start to work on the labeling and the design of here's the information down on the right hand side of what we need to do, requirements, etc. get added. And there we go. So it's working. Things are coming together. More than I intended to achieve in a single stream. But then again, I didn't intend to stream for 6 hours. So next challenge for me is the sequencing stuff. I'm going to try and figure out something to do with that. Probably use some service bus in there, so mass transit to say, hey, get me the sequence for this identifier, and then displaying that ID on these planning items. Again, that will publish out and affect the search, so you're able to search for an ID eventually. So, again, where is it? Elasticsearch, when it gets pulled in, is going to introduce that as well. But anyway, I'm going to go get that committed. I'm going to eat something before I fall over. We are going to raid one line because that has been something I've wanted to do for a long time. I don't think I've actually raided one line for a long time. And I'm going to hang out there. It's a community day over there, so it's a good day to be in that stream. Well, it is a good day to be in one line stream. Normally works on financial management product. Similar to what I'm doing, .NET developer, he does Blazor, where I'm using Angular here. So different perspective again, but also another great streamer and a great developer and a really friendly person to be around. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Abby, thank you for the contribution. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're well. Tentic, thank you for being here. Bit Gamey and everybody else. Deflux, thank you for trying to create controversy in my stream, if you're still around. Again, each to their own. Opinions. Everyone's entitled to one, right? What works for you doesn't work for everybody else. So, but yeah, thank you very much for joining me. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, all. If I don't see you around, have a great weekend. And yeah, thank you very much. Scooby Stacks, take care. Later, all.